Fellow Yakuza gamers, welcome! I know it's been a while, but during this time I've been cooking a little something spicy, and that is today's video. If you have no idea what Yakuza or Like a Dragon is, it's a game series originating from Japan known as Ryuga Gotoku in there. Their first game dropped about 17 years ago in 2005, and ever since then, the series has seen widespread success. There's so many different Yakuza games at this point. Aside from the mainline games, we have a lot of spin-offs such as the Samurai games, Kenzan and Ishin, the PSP exclusive Black Panther games, and the zombie shooter spin-off, which to this day, I'm sad that it's not available on PC. Please do it, RGG Studios, please! And also the Judgment games, which are now finally available on PC after a while of fans begging for those games to be on PC, but hey, we have them now. So because those happened, maybe that's so. The series has a long history behind each and every game, but today's focus is going to be on two games, and that is Yakuza 6, The Song of Life, and Yakuza Like a Dragon, or Yakuza 7 if you prefer to call it that. These two games have a lot of different things that made them as divisive as they are. For example, with Yakuza 6, a lot of it has to do with the story, but then also with the gameplay, there's a lot that it leaves to be desired. Mainly with 6, it just felt like there was a lot that was lacking. With Yakuza 7, on the other hand, it wasn't about the lack of anything as much as it was about the genre shift and also the protagonist change. This video will go through a general overview of both games, stopping every now and then to explain why certain aspects were controversial. I'm gonna say things as they are, but I will also sprinkle my own thoughts, my own personal thoughts, here and there. Alright, you know what time it is. Pull up a seat, grab something to snack on, or maybe even to drink, or both, and let's talk some Yakuza. Let's kick things off with Yakuza 6. Yakuza 6 is an interesting game. Coming off of Yakuza 5, which boasted 5 playable characters as well as 5 different cities for you to explore, Yakuza 6 decided to go back to how the first 3 games were, with you taking control of Kiryu only. And there's only 2 cities, Kamurocho as usual, and an all-new city, Onomichi. There's a couple of reasons for this downgrade. The first is that this was supposed to be Kiryu's last game, and this was also the first game to introduce the shiny new Dragon engine. Well, I say shiny, but this being the first game using a new engine, of course, that entailed its fair share of issues. The PC version, in my experience, has been pretty alright performance-wise. Before that though, when the game was exclusive to the PS4 for like 5 years, oh boy, it was screen-tearing and unstable frame rate city. The Dragon Engine games kept gradually getting better as more of them came out, so something like Yakuza 7 looked and ran very well even on the PlayStation before the PC release was a thing. Back to 6 though, I personally do like this game even with all that it lacks, but I will talk about its shortcomings where it's due. This is a game that boasted fully voiced dialogue for almost every conversation in the game. So that means all sub-stories aren't just text boxes anymore like we'd see in the previous games. Though because of this, it's safe to assume a sizable chunk of the budget went into this when it could have been used to improve or polish another aspect of the game. The game has 51 sub-stories, which is among the lowest amounts in all of the games. Though we're at a point of time where sub-story numbers don't mean much. If we take the Judgment games into account, for example, the first Judgment game has 50 side cases, while Lost Judgment has 42 side cases. But the side cases in those games are quite beefy for the most part compared to something like the typical millionth scammer you bump into that demands compensation. On the combat end, this game revamped Kiryu's fighting style almost entirely. His moves look very different compared to the previous games, and the game also introduced a new system with the heat bar, very similar to 5's Rage in concept. Though with this game, rush combos could chain into mini heat actions. This is also the first game where instead of having a heat bar, you have heat orbs, which is something I kinda liked. It's pretty much the same thing anyway. The typical heat bar is pretty iconic, but I appreciated that they were doing something different for the UI. There's a good number of new heat actions that look pretty cool. Though on the topic of heat actions, let's talk about one of the biggest objective travesties this game commits: the lack of a basic ground heat action. This still baffles me because every single Yakuza game has always had it. It's as normal as breathing, and yet here's this game breaking that tradition and taking that away for whatever reason. I wouldn't have minded it at all if they at least recycled a ground move from one of the previous games, but we don't get even that. I know there's technically a ground hit action that you can do while the enemy is stunned on the ground, but while that is a nice addition, that doesn't change the fact that in 90% of the situations where you have an enemy laying on the ground outside of that stun state, begging you to stomp them, there's no heat action prompt. It's honestly kinda shocking how much more complete the combat would feel if there was just this one thing that's missing. This by itself is already telling of what kind of neglect you could expect from the game. Another aspect of the combat that a good number of people weren't fans of is the much heavier feel to the combat. With 6 in particular, your attacks felt much slower compared to the other games, especially starting out. And to add to that, sometimes enemies would have a state of hyper armor that would reduce your combo speed considerably. Another situation that causes your attack speed to become extremely low is when your attack connects with an enemy blocking. These things were never present in previous games. If an enemy was blocking, your attack speed remains unaffected, and even if they have hyper armor, that wouldn't change it. The main issue here is there's a combination of these things that add up with your playtime and become more and more apparent. And coming from a previous game, this could make the combat feel just not very fun. But hey, you know what Yakuza 6 had that's really incredible? This game's dropkick is the strongest and by far the most ridiculous compared to any other game's dropkick. This is the only game where you can dropkick like 10 guys at once, deal serious damage to all of them, and in turn get your heat bar to max out with just that one move. The game has a few decent crowd control options like the grab button and then the grab button again, but nothing beats the goddamn dropkick in this game. To deviate a little bit, one of my favorite heat actions of all time in the series was introduced in this game. I'm not sure if it has a name, but to do it, you gotta go into extreme heat mode and just mash square until you see this. The QuickTime event inputs for this move are thankfully always the same, so once you know what they are, you could just always get them right afterwards. I don't know about other control types, but I always use a PlayStation controller, so that's square, triangle, circle. Square, triangle, circle. Another set of new heat actions that I really like is the dodge heat actions. These only work with non-boss enemies. After you unlock them, go into extreme heat mode, locking onto an enemy, and dodging will trigger it. The best part about this though is that the heat action will look different depending on which direction you dodge to before doing the heat action. So all in all, while I do have my gripes with the combat, I think overall it did a decent job, especially considering that it's a brand new engine. Let's drift away a little from combat and talk about the cities. First of all, Kamurocho. Good old Kamurocho. We come back to the city because, well, Yakuza, but guess what? For the first time in the series, like 20% of this city is now inaccessible because construction, bro, aka time or budget constraints more than likely. These areas include part of the hotel district, Champions District, and the entirety of Park Boulevard, which is the street surrounding Kamurocho Hills. This is another major thing that contributed to 6 not having the best reception on its initial release. Onomichi, on the other hand, being a whole new city, was easier to be less harsh to. It's a beautiful seaside environment that we're experiencing for the first time in the series, and there's a good number of new things to do here. And speaking of things to do, let's talk about minigames and side activities. Seeing as we're talking about Onomichi, we'll talk about the stuff you can do here first. Onomichi has a sub-story that introduces you to a brand new spearfishing minigame, which is a pretty fun little addition that ends up being a great way to make money for when you need it. There's also a sub-story that introduces you to a unique baseball minigame that goes way more in depth than any other iteration of it.
What the fuck am I looking at? What is this?
I ain't gonna sugarcoat it, Chief. There's a reason you see almost no one talk about it. Hell, even I can barely tell you anything about it because I never really did much with it to begin with. Another activity you're able to do after unlocking it is drinking with the locals, which is essentially a pick the best option kind of thing. You'd bond with the people of the city, and a small fun fact, all those people standing behind Kiryu in the karaoke song "Today is a Diamond" are people you bond with in this minigame or activity. A couple more things you can only do in Onomichi have to do with the shrines. There's a fortune box you could toss a coin into to get a boost, and there's statues that you can offer items to for bonuses. On the Kamurocho side, when it comes to brand new things to do, you have the timeless masterpiece that is the live chat, a cat cafe, and a gym. It's hard to call the cat cafe and the gym minigames, especially the cat cafe, because it's less of a minigame and more of a go all over town to find cats to bring back. The only thing you can do in the cafe itself is feed cats, which shows you one scene of the cats eating, and you can also sit down, which switches the view to first person, and you'll be able to have cats sit on your lap as you pet them. As for the gym, you have to press buttons as instructed to properly do exercises. It's just kinda boring. Again, when you see people talk about minigames, there's a reason anyone barely brings up this stuff compared to examples that are more entertaining and interactive. A bunch of returning minigames are darts, mahjong, arcade games, batting, and karaoke. The gameplay for darts has been slightly revamped to where you have more precise control of where you can throw them now. The karaoke in this game is fantastic because it brings the biggest number of brand new songs compared to other games. Today is a Diamond and Hands are two new songs that Kiri is able to sing, and all hostesses get new songs, like a Butterfly, Fork in the Road, and Brand New Stage. There's only one returning song, and that is Tonight for Kiryu. Ah yes, I almost forgot to mention, Clan Creator. This serves as this game's major side story slash minigame, much like how Yakuza 0 had the real estate management or how Yakuza 5 had the taxi driving story. This minigame brings 6 real-life wrestlers from New Japan Pro Wrestling, and they are Toru Yano, Tetsuya Naito, Satoshi Kojima, Hiroyoshi Tenzan, Hiroshi Tanahashi, and finally, Kazuchika Okada. As far as my perception goes, Clan Creator isn't exactly a fan favorite, mostly because of how it plays out like a mobile game, and most of it is just waiting, really. I think a great way to mend this was to have Kiryu join in the fight, and these fights would play out like normal fights, except they're massive, as you can see in the minigame. And the character cards you get allow you to select who you want fighting alongside you. I think this would have given it that underground Coliseum feel, where it would be a minigame that you'd get into anytime you want to just enjoy the game's combat. Especially since Yakuza 6 was the first game to take that away. The original Yakuza 1 all the way up until Yakuza 5 all had the underground arena, so it was basically a tradition for it to be there at that point. And you couldn't blame fans for expecting it to exist in 6 as well. But nope, that's another thing Yakuza 6 unfortunately misses the mark with. Speaking of taking things away, Yakuza 6 is also the first game since the original Yakuza 2 to not have an Ultimate Battles / Climax Battles mode after beating the game. Yes, original Yakuza 2 also took that away for some reason. If you're unfamiliar with what that is, with games like the original Yakuza 1, Yakuza 3, Yakuza 4, and 5, after you beat those games, you unlock this new mode in the main menu that gives you all these different challenges and fights that have special rules to them. They usually combine boss fights as well, and you could unlock something after beating everything, so it added some form of replayability, and that's one reason people liked it. Yakuza 6 just doesn't have it. To sum up real quick on the gameplay aspect of Yakuza 6, the new revamped combat, while introducing several neat things to it with the engine shift, still felt rough around the edges and needed more polishing to make it feel more at home. Minigames and side content felt a little lacking compared to other games. A good chunk of Kamurocho being blocked off didn't help matters. And also, prior to the PC release, the performance of the game wasn't the best optimized, with unstable frame rate and blatant screen tearing. We will now move on to the next part, the story. I'll be going over the events of the game as concisely as I can, and as I go through them, I'll stop and talk about the key points that made it divisive compared to the other games. And I'll also give my thoughts on some things and maybe ramble here and there. It goes without saying, but there will be spoilers, so viewer discretion advised. Yakuza 6 picks up right where Yakuza 5 left off. After the brightest idea of telling the entire freaking world that the legendary Yakuza Kazuma Kiryu is a father figure to her, Haruka announces her departure from the idol industry to continue living with Kiryu. And then she runs off into the scene where we see Kiryu walking down an unknown street all bloodied up after his fight with Aizawa. How she found him remains a mystery, by the way. I know this is a flashback, but this ending is a gripe I personally have with 5, where you could argue it potentially set things up to how we come to see them in 6. So part of why 6 is the way it is on Yakuza 5. But at the same time, as idiotic as that was of Haruka to announce what she did to everyone, the writing for 6 could have at least tried to mend things or to improve on it. Anyway, in the present time, Kiryu's seen laying unconscious in a hospital with Haruka standing by him. Akiyama comes in and makes some small talk, saying that her saying what she did on stage might not have been the smartest idea, because now going back to the simple life she's always wanted will be difficult. Thank you, Akiyama. Finally, a voice of reason. Majima and Saejima are also there, waiting outside of Kiryu's room. The police walk in and say that Saejima's going back to jail. Nothing new there. Jail and Saejima are like yin and yang at this point. If they're not together, the balance of the entire fucking world is endangered. The police say that Kiryu as well is under arrest on charges of assault and private property destruction. Sometime later, Kiryu wakes up with Daigo by his side. Daigo suggests that Kiryu gets a lawyer so that his sentence gets shortened, but Kiryu refuses because otherwise there wouldn't be peace for the kids. Funny that he says that, considering that didn't matter at all, because they soon show us that the orphanage, or Haruka in particular, is not at peace because of her earlier announcement. She now has social media and the press defaming her and the orphanage, saying things along the lines of how the orphanage is a Yakuza safe house, and calling Haruka a Yakuza girl. Eventually, the pressure of all of this gossip gets to her and she decides the orphanage is best off without her, and so she disappears. Now, this right here is another thing we should talk about. Think about it like this. Haruka just decided to leave the people that are most important to her, practically her family, just because social media wasn't happy about it. Haruka, are you okay, girl? I'm not one to downplay the effect of people talking smack about you online, because as a content creator / streamer, I understand full well how it's like. Even when you have like 20 positive comments all for you, and there's just that one annoying negative comment, it could have you thinking about it all day. Maybe you'd say, oh, but she left because the kids around her are being affected. But no, not that we've seen at least. Mitsu, for example, talked about how he's planning to go big with baseball with a scholarship. And one of the other kids, Koji, said that it could be bad given that he lives here, and that'll reduce his chances of him scoring it. And then he realizes how rude that was. Now, he could have been referring to two things. One, the fact that he lives in an orphanage, so he's an orphan and for some reason they hate orphans. Or two, the fact that the orphanage is being gossiped about by many people for being a Yakuza safe house, thanks to Haruka's announcement. But even then, Mitsu said they approached him for baseball knowing all about that, so it didn't matter anyway. If he doesn't get the scholarship, it's because he wasn't good enough. Simple as that. And before Haruka took off and was caught by Ayako, her only other reason was so that in case the other kids got opportunities in the future, she wouldn't want to ruin them. And she decided that one what-if scenario was enough to leave her home behind and wander aimlessly. And if you ask me, that's more than kinda stupid. Previous Yakuza games established Haruka as a strong-willed character who values the people closest to her above all. She's seen all kinds of vile people, even stood up to one of the strongest villains in the series for invading her home in Yakuza 3. And you're telling me this is the same Haruka? Though I guess I can't blame her too much, because Kiryu did the same thing in 5 by leaving behind his home, because he was told he was apparently not doing the kids any favors. But I don't want to talk about 5 too much, because this video is about 6 and I want to, as much as possible, focus on this game. There's a brief scene where we see Little Asia on fire and Date is making his way there to investigate. Then we're taken to a room where we see a man celebrating the arson with 3 mysterious figures who we don't see yet. Kiryu returns to the orphanage 3 years later, overjoyed to see the kids once again. The kids thought that they'd see Haruka with him, but that confuses Kiryu. It doesn't take long for everyone to realize that she ran off all on her own. And from there, the journey to bring Haruka back home begins. Kiryu's first stop is Kamurocho after trying to reach Akiyama by phone but not being able to because his number for an unknown reason is out of service. Kiryu runs into Date and tells him about what's going on. Date tells Kiryu that Akiyama closed up shop, so he goes to investigate. When Kiryu goes to his office, you see that Sky Finance is no longer there. After some walking around takes Kiryu into Little Asia, you'll witness a brutal introduction for one of the key figures in a new faction called the Sayo Triad, a Chinese mafia that now controls Little Asia. This guy absolutely demolishes a room full of Tojo guys after negotiations getting out of hand. After the cutscene, some triads spot Kiryu and they pick a fight with him. Sometime later, after the fight, you meet the triads again near New Serena this time, and they're holding a guy hostage. Once you save him, he tells you that he's Morita of the Jinsei family from the Tojo clan. He helps Kiryu find Akiyama by saying he should look around Children's Park. Once Kiryu goes there, he finds a homeless man sitting on a manhole leading to the sewers. He asks Kiryu for food in exchange for telling him where Akiyama is. Once you give it to him and go down, you do indeed meet Akiyama down there, now in his homeless getup. Kiryu does a little catching up with him. Akiyama says that the Sayo Triad is hunting him down because of a turf war going on between them and the Tojo clan. And the Sayo are even going after people who've only ever helped the Tojo clan. So that's why they're going after him. And then when you ask him about Haruka, he'll tell you that he has no idea. Their conversation is interrupted by that Sayo officer from earlier walking into the scene. Akiyama tells you that his name is Ed. Ed is here to kill the two of them, but let's just say things don't exactly go his way. After the fight, we get one of the best lines in the series. Yeah, man, how could you team up against this giant teddy bear? Clearly, he was alone. After the fight ends and he runs off, Kiryu gets a call from Date saying Haruka's been in an accident in Kamurocho and that she's currently in Todo Hospital. Kiryu's in disbelief upon hearing this and takes off running to Todo Hospital along with Akiyama. Upon getting there, poor Akiyama is turned away because he's a hygiene hazard with that getup, and Kiryu gets another surprise dropped on him by Date, revealing that Haruka had a child on her during the accident, and that child is hers. Now I know what you're thinking, it's obviously not Haruka's, right? Of course it is. Kiryu goes to the scene of the crime to try and see if he can find anything there. The police officer he's with tells him that someone's watching him. When Kiryu walks up to the guy, he runs off, so Kiryu has to chase him. Once he catches him, he tells Kiryu that he was under orders from the Tojo clan's Somiya family to watch over Kiryu and make sure he's safe. Kiryu's none too thrilled about it, but he decides to pay a visit to the Tojo clan and he gets to meet Somiya face to face. Kiryu asks him why he set up that guy to follow him, but Somiya asks him to go inside to talk more about what happened. Upon going in, Kiryu meets a man called Sugai, the same man from the beginning who was celebrating the arson. He's the current acting chairman since Daigo is also in jail. Kiryu's here just to know one thing, whether or not the Tojo had anything to do with what happened to Haruka. Both Somiya and Sugai deny having anything to do with it, and before leaving, Kiryu warns them that if he found out otherwise, he's not gonna hesitate to destroy them. Sometime later, Kiryu gets a call from Date telling him to come over to Todo Hospital. When he gets there, he meets a guy called Nojiri from Child Protection Services. They talk about the custody of Haruto. Kiryu says he wants to be the guardian of Haruto since he's also the guardian of Haruka. But the guy refuses because he says Kiryu has no legal claim over Haruto. The guy walks off and we see Kiryu going in. He's taking Haruto with him regardless of what that dude had to say. Akiyama tries to stop him because this could have consequences that would be a pain to deal with, like being charged with kidnapping. But Kiryu keeps keeps insisting that he has to do it because the CPS don't give a shit about kids. And giving Haruto away to them wouldn't be good for his upbringing. Nojiri walks in on this and Akiyama locks him out. Neither Kiryu nor Akiyama are willing to back down, so of course, they fight.
そこどけ秋山くそなんで俺がこんな目に邪魔だくそ知ってますか桐生さん
Kiryu apologizes but says he has to do this. Later, Date tells Kiryu that he convinced Nojiri to let Kiryu keep Haruto, but also tells him that he has news for him. He says that Haruka is still comatose and doctors don't know if she'll wake up. And then he shows him a picture of Haruka that was taken in Hiroshima. So now it's time to go there to investigate. Kiryu travels to a little town called Onomichi in Hiroshima, taking Haruto with him. In search for a lead, Kiryu meets a woman called Kiyomi who owns a bar, and this bar becomes a recurring place throughout the story. Kiryu meets a Hiroshima Yakuza called Nagumo in there. Who will fight Kiryu time and time again because he feels like Kiryu's stealing the spotlight from him in front of Kiyomi, whom he has feelings for. Kiyomi helps Kiryu find accommodation in the local area with the help of a friend called Ino. Nagumo brings two new faces with him at some point. The three of them are part of the Hirose family of the Yomei alliance that controls Hiroshima. The first two people that Kiryu asks about whether or not they've seen Haruka are Kiyomi and Ino, and they both say they haven't seen her. Sometime later, after one fight between Kiryu and Nagumo, Kiryu goes back to the bar, and not long after that, a group of Yakuza beat Nagumo back into the bar. The guy in purple is Masuzoe, and he has his own family under the Yomei alliance. The Hirose family works directly under Masuzoe. The reason he's beating Nagumo is because he refuses to take protection money from Kiyomi to earn for the family. Kiyomi tries to just give him the money, but he doubles down on not taking it. Nagumo says he's ready to accept the punishment for doing so. So Masuzoe drags him out, and Kiryu decides to follow them and saves Nagumo from them. Nagumo comes to respect Kiryu and demands that he meets their family patriarch. So we soon meet Hirose. Nagumo properly reintroduces Kiryu to everyone else in the family, and we see a new face with them by the name of Tagashira. Kiryu goes to the family office another day, and this time he asks them whether they've seen Haruka after her arrival in Hiroshima, and shows them the picture that she's taken here. They all act painfully sus and deny having ever seen her. After several situations where Kiryu finds himself helping out the Hirose family, including one where we get to meet the Yomei Alliance's second-in-command, Koshimizu, Nagumo comes over to Kiryu's place and decides to tell him about Haruka. He tells him that she did come over and that she kept her distance during her stay. Despite that, everyone knew who she was, but they didn't bring it up to her because they could tell that she was trying to put her past behind her. And the people of the town came to love her, and they all considered her an important part of Onomichi. He then tells Kiryu that there is someone who knows more about her stay than anyone else, and that someone is Kiyomi. Kiryu meets up with her in a secluded spot and she tells him everything she knows. When she first met Haruka, she was looking at the sea with a sad look on her face. She called out to her in case she might have been thinking of jumping. Kiyomi learned that Haruka had nowhere to go, so she offered to stay with her at the bar and she could work there with her to have something to do. Slowly, Haruka started to be happy again, until one day she saw Haruka coming in crying, but she'd never asked her what was wrong and she wished that she did. The next day, Haruka disappeared from Onomichi. Kiryu assumes that she'd probably had just learned that she was pregnant, and right as he asks whether or not Kiyomi has an idea as to who the father could be, they're interrupted by Somiya and his men walking into the scene. Kiryu is surprised to see him here. Somiya says he's here to swear an oath between himself and Koshimizu, and that he's staying at a hotel nearby. And we also get to know that he and Kiyomi have a history somehow. Later at the Hirose family office, Ino comes in running and tells everyone that Kiyomi was kidnapped, and they figure out that the group responsible was the Somiya family. With the help of Hirose's super duper sneaky masks, Kiryu and the 4 Hirose boys break into the hotel where Somiya's staying for his oath trip. And after fighting through many groups of his men, Kiryu confronts Somiya at the top. Let's take a moment to talk about Somiya. By this point, Somiya already garnered the interest of many players going in. He has a great dynamic intro, a great soundtrack, and the exchange between him and Kiryu before the fight about an old-school Yakuza versus a modern Yakuza is pretty interesting as well. In Japan, tattoos are a bit of a tricky subject. Generally speaking, as long as you cover them, you're fine. But there are places such as public pools, hot springs, beaches, and gyms that have rules against them that will deny you entry. And given that we're talking about people who are or used to be Yakuza members, Somiya is of the opinion that since tattoos are a hindrance like that, there's no reason a Yakuza should have one. Kiryu, on the other hand, says that tattoos are important to a Yakuza because they hold meaning to one's ideals. So there's this rivalry between the two about what it means to be a Yakuza, and I do think it makes for a fun dynamic as both of them present reasonable viewpoints. Anyway, after the fight, Koshimizu walks in and takes Kiryu to a dinner table that has Kiyomi and 2 new characters. Heizo Iwami, also known as Takiro Kurus, the chairman of the Yome Alliance, as well as his son, Tsuneo Iwami. For future reference, I'm gonna refer to the dad as Kurus or Chairman Kurus, and just Iwami for the son. We learned that Kiyomi was brought here not against her will, and that she's Somiya's ex-wife. Chairman Kurus says he'd like to go somewhere else to continue the conversation, and so Kiryu joins him on a boat to hold said conversation. They ask Kiryu to be a witness to the oath that's between Somiya and Koshimizu. Kiryu refuses because if he's going to be a witness to the oath as a representative of the Tojo clan, this'll mean he's going through with this without the consent of the current Tojo chairman, Daigo, who is currently in jail, and he doesn't want to do that as he thinks it's a betrayal. Back at Hirose's family office, Kiyomi tells Kiryu that her suspicions on who Haruto's dad might be have to do with a guy called Tatsukawa, who we haven't seen yet. Yuta says that Tatsukawa is a childhood friend of his, and that he used to be part of the Hirose family, but he left for Tokyo to seek a successful career. Kiyomi adds that she overheard Tatsukawa speaking to someone on the phone once about how the baby wasn't going to make anyone happy to get rid of it. It didn't make sense at the time, but given that there's a baby whose father is unknown now, she thinks it might be related. Tagashira adds that Tatsukawa is a host in Tokyo now, and he shows us a picture of him. So the search takes Kiryu back to Kamurocho, and Yuta and Nagumo decide to tag along. They stop by a cafe to talk about what to do, and Kiryu soon decides to pay a visit to a familiar place, Stardust. But before actually getting there, Yuta gets explosive diarrhea from a parfait he had in the cafe, so when the nearest convenience store turns him down, he runs over to Stardust. And once we head there, we see a host kicking Yuta out. A familiar face walks by shortly after. It's Yuya. He's not a host anymore, he's just a businessman. Yuta nudges at Kiryu to remind him of his dire situation, so they all go to a restaurant together to continue catching up. Rest assured, Yuta gets to shit in peace at last. Yuya says that Stardust had a rough patch with the war going on between the Tojo and the Sayo triad. Their business wasn't doing very well, so an opportunity arose when a Korean group with a lot of money came in to buy properties in Kamurocho, and Kazuki and Yuya decided to sell Stardust to them. They didn't know back then that it was the Jingwan Mafia making a return to the Kamurocho. We see the guy from earlier who kicked Yuta out come in, and with him is a flashy looking guy. He introduces himself as Jungi Han, the owner of Stardust. And he's fucking pissed that the guy with him turned away Kiryu and company. So he extends another invitation and says that he'd love it if they stop by. On the way there, Kiryu gets attacked by members of the Jingwan. And after some fighting, Nagumo and Yuta decide to hold them off as Kiryu heads to Stardust. Yuta soon catches up to Kiryu, and Jungi takes the both of them to a new, deeper part of Stardust. Jungi goes on about the sex industry, and Kiryu says he frankly doesn't give a shit. So then Jungi gets to the point and asks Kiryu to fight in exchange for the info he wants on Tatsukawa. Kiryu refuses, saying he doesn't want to be a showpiece, but Yuta says he'll do it. Of course, Yuta gets the crap kicked out of him, making Kiryu step in before further harm is done to him. Kiryu decides to take the fight. So, by this point, Jungi already managed to win me over as a new villain. If you've been around the channel for a while, you'll know how much I like this dude, design-wise and character-wise as well. I think I just usually have a thing for dudes that combine flamboyant and graceful. Seeing a villain who introduced himself as a fan of Kiryu's and being well-mannered only made me wonder where the story with him goes as the game goes on. He has an absolute banger of a theme, and that only makes fights with him that much better. As far as fan reception goes, I think it's safe to say that Jungi Han is among the more popular villains, not just in this game, but in the series as a whole. I mean, if them finding a way to shoehorn him back into 7 wasn't proof of that, then I don't know what is, and I'm definitely not complaining. But anyway, after the fight, a couple of Jungi's goons decide to hold a knife to Yuta, and Jungi lashes out at them and tells them to drop the knife. They later gather at the upper floor of Stardust, and Jungi tells him about Tatsukawa. He says that he quit after he took over Stardust. He believes that Tatsukawa's job at Stardust is a diversion from something else he's doing, and says that he could speak Chinese. Yuta confirms this as he and Takashira were both taught the language by him. Turns out, Tatsukawa is an informant for the Sayo Triad, and he tells you where you can find him as well. Kiryu heads off to the place, and all he finds there are the rotting corpses of Tatsukawa and a woman that was with him. Kiryu reports this to Date, and his co-worker, Honjo, says that Kiryu is a suspect because if what he told them is true, then he could have killed Tatsukawa after finding out that he's just a sleazy ex-host who knocked up Haruka. Date tells Honjo to lay off and then tells Kiryu that he suspects the people who killed him are the Sayo Triad. Kiryu goes back to Serena to regroup with Yuta and Nagumo, and then Date comes along soon after. And then they talk about their next move. They decide to look for Akiyama so they can track down Ed, the Sayo Triad officer. So Kiryu goes over to the same spot of sewers, but all he finds there is triads. After beating them, he stumbles across the same homeless friend of Akiyama from before. Kiryu asks him to tell Akiyama to give him a call, and after walking around a bit, Kiryu does get a call. Akiyama asks him to meet in a certain building. Before going in though, Kiryu beats a group of Tojo guys that are tailing him, and then after that he proceeds to meet with Akiyama and someone else, Murata, the Yakuza guy you saved in the beginning from the Triads. Murata explains how Daigo got arrested. It apparently started with the arson cutscene you see in the beginning, where that was the peak of the conflict between the Tojo and the Sayo Triad. And even though Daigo had nothing to do with it, the police blamed him for it, being their representative of the Tojo clan, and took him to jail. The Tojo and Sayo war is apparently staged by both Sugai and the Sayo Triad in order to bring down Daigo and in exchange have the Sayo expand into Kamurocho. Kiryu tells Akiyama that he wanted to see Ed so he can talk to him about Tatsukawa, so they devise a plan to sneak into Little Asia and asks Kiryu to meet him there. Kiryu brings Nagumo and Yuta with him, and it's mask time again. Who is this man? After eventually making it to Ed, there's this little exchange, and honestly, I can't tell whether Ed was just as amused by Kiryu's disguise or if he was genuine.
まさかとは思ってたが、その声はやはり桐生一馬。堂島の竜だ。
Anyway, Kiryu asks him about Tatsukawa, and Ed asks Kiryu why he wants to know about him. Ed brings up the term heihazi, a word that is used to refer to children in China that are born outside of the one-child policy. He says that they smuggle them into Japan, and that Tatsukawa was one such child. Tatsukawa joined the Yomei alliance to be an insider for the Sayo, but apparently he betrayed the Sayo, and that's why Ed himself killed him. Kiryu asks how did he betray them, but Ed doesn't say anymore and charges at Kiryu for a fight. After the fight, they try to interrogate Ed, but Masazoe steps in, shooting a gun in the air to get everyone to stop. And we find out that his allegiance lies with the Sayo Triad first and foremost. Masazoe asks Kiryu why he's looking for Tatsukawa. Kiryu tells him everything, and then the head of the Sayo Triad walks in and is introduced for the first time. Lo mutters something in Chinese to Masazoe, and we don't get to know what it is just yet. Then he asks Kiryu to meet him the next day in Shangri-La, alone. so they can properly talk. Back at Serena, Yuta tells Kiryu what Big Lo was saying, something about Onomichi having a secret. The next day, Somiya walks into New Serena and asks Kiryu to let him accompany him to Shangri-La so they can discuss an end to the war between the Tojo and the Sayo. He tells us that Lo's son, Jimmy, was murdered in Kamurocho, and that he doesn't know who did it. But Lo thinks that Tojo did it. Kiryu asks him one more thing, whether or not he and Sugai staged the war with the Sayo to kick Daigo out. Somiya says that would make him a traitor and that it's preposterous. Kiryu agrees to take Somiya with him and the two head to Shangri-La. The building is still in ruins and it's inhabited by junkies and a vile bunch. After Kiryu and Somiya fight their way through, they eventually reach Lo. Lo is unhappy about the promise of coming alone being broken, and we get to confirm a couple things. By seeing Somiya and Lo talk smack about each other, this staged war turned into a real one, and Somiya came here to kill Lo. Kiryu doesn't allow it as he still needs to talk to Lo, and Somiya basically confirmed that he worked with Sugai to send Daigo to prison, so that's two reasons for Kiryu to kick his ass now. After the fight, Lo says that his son was killed by Iwami and tells Somiya to convey that Lo is willing to risk his life to avenge him. After Somiya leaves, Kiryu asks about why Tatsukawa was killed, but Lo says there's no need to know about that because he's not Haruto's father. And he says that Haruto has significance to the war going on and that he'll be in danger soon. Just then, Kiryu gets a call from Yuta telling him that Hirose, along with Haruto, disappeared back in Onomichi. Kiryu takes Yuta and Nagumo back with him to Onomichi and they're confronted by Yomei Alliance Yakuza. After going through all of them, you rendezvous with the rest of the Hirose family and Kiyomi. And then she explains to everyone how it happened. Hirose stopped by her bar for a drink and then she stepped out to restock on cigarettes. During this time frame, Hirose took Haruto with him and disappeared. Kiyomi then talks about her history with Somiya. Long story short, she used to be a hostess and Somiya was a customer of hers. She had a loan shark on her tail with unreasonable interest, and one day she told Somiya about it, and Somiya went over to settle matters with them, then came back to reassure her that it's been taken care of. And then we witness the awkward start of their relationship. After she leaves, you ask the Hirose boys for any ideas of Hirose's whereabouts, and after some digging you find out that he's at the Ryutan shrine. When Kiryu approaches the shrine, Koshimizu walks up to him and asks him for Hirose's whereabouts. Kiryu in turn asks him why they want Haruto. Neither of them answer each other's questions and they end up fighting. And once that's taken care of, Hirose himself steps into the scene with Haruto and takes Kiryu and the Hirose boys into the shrine for a talk. The gist of it is that Haruto's father is someone who's been near you all game. It's none other than Yuta. We get to see a flashback cutscene after this where Yuta's beating the shit out of a guy. Haruka stops him and it turns out he was punching a paparazzi who has been taking pictures of Haruka during her stay in Onomichi. Back to the present, understandably everyone in the room is in shock. He's the father? Everyone starts yelling at Yuta to start explaining himself. We also get one of the funniest things in the game.
Oh, ちょ待て、Yuta. お前、はるかちゃんとそのゴムとかつけんかったんか。
This is a good opportunity to talk about this plot point. This is a bit that chances are people are either unsure how they feel about all of this, or they just flat out hate the fact that Yuta is the dad. I mean, in all fairness, we barely get to see any chemistry between him and Haruka for starters. And second, Yuta's excuse for all of this is kinda dumb as hell. We only did it once. He didn't know it could be him because everyone was talking about Tatsukawa. Like, come on, dude. None of that is any reason for you to hide that you still slept with her and that you're potentially the dad. I guess he was probably scared of the thought and was on some copium that it's not him as soon as he heard that someone else might be the dad. But that only makes it all the more dumb, and it's no wonder your average player is gonna be like, what the fuck, dude? And not in a good way. Honestly, as funny as it was, Matsunaga had a point. Why the hell did neither Yuta nor Haruka think of using a condom? The more you think about it, the sillier it gets. Moving on, we also learn the reason behind Haruto's significance to the war going on. Remember the word Heihachi from earlier? Children born outside of the one-child policy in China? Yuta is one such child, and his father is Big Lo of all people. Lo intended for him to be a backup heir just in case anything went wrong. And since the first child, Jimmy, did perish not long ago, this means that Yuta is officially the current heir to the Sayo triad, making Haruto the grandchild of a crime boss. Tatsukawa and Masazoe were both monitoring Yuta throughout the whole ordeal, and as soon as they learned about the baby, they tried to convince Haruka to abort him, because having him around was only gonna complicate things. If you remember from before, Kiyomi initially believed that the father was Tatsukawa because he was supposedly talking to Haruka over the phone about an abortion, but now we know the context behind that call. The reason the Sayo triad killed Tatsukawa was because he intended to sell Haruto to Iwami. The conversation is soon interrupted by masked men barging in, and we find out it's the Jingwen Mafia trying to get their hands on Haruto. After fighting Jungi-han once again, one of the Jingwen tells Jungi that they have the baby, and so he takes off. We soon meet Yuta and head back to the office where we see Nagumo. He tells us that they took Haruto away from him and sped off in a boat. As Nagumo mentions preparing a boat to pursue them, Yuta begins to have something of an existential crisis, still trying to grasp that he has a son and that he's an heir to a Chinese mafia on top of that. Nagumo tries to snap him out of that state, but Yuta isn't budging. He was about to punch him when Kiryu held him back so he could punch him instead. Kiryu punches this guy through a fucking glass door and then gives him a nice, stern lecture. He says he's not upset about whatever happened between him and Haruka, but more so the fact that if this was any other baby getting kidnapped, he would have pitched in to help without a second thought. But now when it comes to his own son, he's overcome by indecisiveness. Kiryu walks away and Nagumo walks after him, leaving Yuta alone on the ground. As they prepare to leave, all of the Hirose family is there minus Yuta, as well as Ino handling the ship. Before taking off, they notice Yuta running towards them. He tears up as he begs them to take him along and recalls precious memories with Haruto.
当たり前じゃ。はよ乗れや、このバカだれ。
On the way there, we get a bit of an info dump. The gist of it is that Hirose says most of the war going on is because of Iwami. Then Kiryu asks about the connection between Onomichi and the Sayo triad. Hirose says their history goes back as far as 70 years ago. Chairman Kurus had been working with the Sayo since before World War II to smuggle Heihachi into Onomichi. They also bring up the secret of Onomichi and its significance to everything that's going on. Chairman Kurus apparently has ties to all kinds of powerful politicians, including a fixer who controls Japan behind the scenes. The fixer's name is Minoru Daidoji. Matsunaga says whatever Chairman Kurus is using as leverage is likely the secret of Onomichi, and they bring up some conspiracy theories tied to Japanese history that he might have been behind. Anyway, upon arriving at the destination, Kiryu and the Hirose boys fight through hordes of Jingwen. Eventually, Kiryu gets a call from Jungi. He says that he's going to return Haruto on the condition that Yuta kills Lo, since Yuta should be able to easily reach him like no one else can, being his son and all. Jungi implies that they'll kill Haruto if his request isn't done. Kiryu is agitated and says that he'll go to him alone, And Jungi says if that's the case, he's not gonna turn him away. So Kiryu proceeds alone and fights through more of the Jingwen and eventually makes it to Jungi-han. We learned that the one responsible for the Jingwen resurfacing was Iwami. He approached them with a proposal of fanning the war between the Tojo and the Sayo, and he gave them enough capital to expand into Kamurocho. They also tried to kill Bigelow, but instead they got to his son, Jimmy. So they were the ones responsible for his death at the orders of Iwami. They were also tasked with monitoring Tatsukawa to make sure he kidnaps Haruto so he can sell him to Iwami. When Kiryu asks about why Haruka had to be harmed, Jungi says that was an outcome nobody wanted to happen. A bona fide accident. Tatsukawa had found Haruka in a town where Hirose was hiding her, and he persuaded her into following him because he said he'd help her even if it meant disobeying orders, and he asked her to meet him in Kamurocho. When they meet there, Tatsukawa demanded that she gets in his car, which resulted in this.
어떻게 된 거지? 타츠카와는 뭐 하고 있는 거야?
Kiryu says that they're all responsible for what happened to Haruka, and Jungi says that they were just following orders. The two of them fight for the last time. After the fight, Jungi reminds Kiryu that none of his enemies care about Haruto's safety, and briefly brings up the secret of Onomichi before a clean headshot lands on him by a mysterious assailant. And then we also see Masuzoe floating on the sea, also shot in the head. Once everyone's back at the Hirose family office, they talk about Iwami and his father. Hirose says that he's not as obedient to his dad as it seems. Chairman Kurus doesn't want Iwami to inherit the Yakuza side of his dealings, and that's why Koshimizu was the one who was appointed as the second-in-command and successor to the Yome Alliance. But at some point, Iwami bought out Koshimizu into his side. Hirose also says he has no idea what the secret of Onomichi could be. They wrap up the talk and Kiryu heads back into his room, along with Yuta and Haruto this time. Yuta talks briefly about his childhood, how he never knew his parents, and how he had no sense of belonging until he joined the Hirose family. The first place he could call home. He also knew that Haruka was an orphan just like him. Yuta proposes he goes into the Sayo HQ and talks to Lo about leaving him and his family alone. Kiryu says he had the same idea, and if he doesn't accept, he'll beat the shit out of them himself. The next day, they head to Kamurocho and talk to Date in New Serena. Date informs Kiryu that Iwami is in Kamurocho, possibly to try to swear an oath with the Tojo again. Yuta excuses himself for a bit to call Hirose to ask for more information about it. Some time passes and Yuta still hasn't come back. When Kiryu goes to check, he sees that his phone is dropped in the balcony. Date says he could have recklessly gone to Little Asia by himself and that he should probably hurry there. We see a cutscene of Yuta indeed walking into Little Asia looking as drunk can get, with 2 bottles on him. He asks the triad to let him through so he can talk to his dad, and they check his belongings before letting him in. Yuta cleverly manages to avoid having them inspect the bottle of gasoline he has in his pocket. Lo walks in on Yuta in his office, smoking and drinking, and the cutscene ends not long after that. We regain control and we have to hurry to Little Asia. On the way there, Nagumo calls Kiryu and he says Yuta is suicidal and must be planning to kill Lo by himself because he left a will back at the Hirose family office. Upon approaching Little Asia, we see that it's already on fire. The triad spots Kiryu and try to stop him, but he rushes towards the entrance anyway.
Doki!
He fights his way through and comes across Ed once again, who's pretty pissed to see Kiryu again. After the fight, Kiryu tells Ed to get the hell out of here while he can. Kiryu goes to the top floor and sees Yuta standing beside an injured Lo. Yuta says if he and Lo both die, no one will have to bother Haruto ever again. Kiryu is understandably pissed that Yuta is going to let Haruto grow up fatherless and isn't willing to leave without him. So let's stop and talk a little again. Yuta being this reckless didn't help matters when it comes to fan reception. Just the day before, he and Kiryu both talked about going in there together, and Kiryu already said that he was going to use his fists if necessary, so could he really not have waited for that? It probably would have ended better as well, considering the odds of success would have been way higher with Kiryu on his side. But instead, he disappoints him and likely the player as well. The only counter-argument to this that I can think of is that this was a necessary move from a writing's perspective, so that he could have more room for development, being young and hot-headed, and having Kiryu wise him up. But the thing is, prior to getting this entire scene, Yuta already didn't leave the best impression. He was an indecisive mess at first, and now all this really isn't helping his character's case at all. I personally don't think that the issue here is that Haruka's choice of a partner wasn't someone that's a 20 out of 10 perfect macho unstoppable badass. That probably would have been the no-brainer way of doing it. Having someone imperfect going through development would probably make for a more interesting story. Though again, between the fact that they forgot to use a condom and now this, yeah, I think they could have handled it way better. Honestly, just the whole baby thing was a recipe for disaster, and I don't think it would have been an easy task trying to create a satisfactory plot with that. After fighting Yuta, you see everyone who was in that room outside near Little Asia. Lo laments how much he and his clan valued blood ties, so much so that they became the reason his own son was to be his assassin. Kiryu lashes out at Lo, saying he has no business calling him his son. Lo says that all of this just happened because of someone we know. Hirose. He planned all of this out. Hirose worked under Chairman Kurus for decades to conceal the secret of Onomichi, and by telling Kiryu and everyone in the Hirose family about the truth of Haruto, that would eventually lead to Yuta to resent his dad enough to go after his life. We see a cutscene where Hirose tries to negotiate with Lo about the secret. To avoid confusion, I'll tell you now that this cutscene is supposed to take place before Kiryu gets out of prison as far as I understand it. Hirose proposes that the Sayo Triad leave Japan, and in exchange they'll give them back Yuta and even convince him to take control of the Sayo. And if he refuses, Yuta will know the truth. We have a moment of psychological warfare between the two, and eventually Lo accepts Hirose's terms. Around this time, Masazoe and Tatsukawa were under orders to find the baby and kill him, but Lo immediately retracted the order after that. But then the accident that crippled Haruka happened, and Hirose didn't have access to Haruto anymore to use as a bargaining chip. So to avoid any risks, the safer option was to just kill Lo, to make sure the secret of Onomichi doesn't go out. And that's where Yuta came in. We also find out that Hirose was the one who killed both Jungi-han and Masazoe. Lo asks Kiryu to reveal the secret of Onomichi. We're back at New Serena, and we see that they took Lo with them. We see a flashback from when Jimmy was still alive. He keeps pestering his dad about expanding into Japan when his dad usually told him to stay away from Chairman Kurus. Jimmy had ideas such as blackmailing him using the secret of Onomichi to force him to help them expand into Kamurocho. We then see the full version of one scene from the very beginning, where Little Asia is burning. It's revealed that Sugai was talking to Iwami, Jimmy, and Lo. Jimmy went behind Lo's back on a plan with the Tojo and Iwami to expand into Kamurocho, and Lo is none too pleased about it and tells him to pull out of this plan as soon as possible. As he's leaving, Iwami says that he can't back out anymore because he found out that he actually has no idea what the secret of Onomichi is. All thanks to a drunk Jimmy telling Iwami all about it. Lo says he doesn't have long before a Sayo assassin comes for his life since he broke the blood law and swore that he won't go after Yuta and his son. And then he gives Kiryu a memory card that has a clue about the true nature of the secret of Onomichi, saying that he tried to solve it but was never able to, but Kiryu might have better luck. Before heading for Onomichi, Kiryu tells Yuta that he'll be heading alone, and that he wants Yuta to visit Haruka and stay by her side, and Date tags along with them. Upon arriving in Onomichi, Kiryu is stopped by a group of Yome Alliance Yakuza sent by Chairman Kurus, and they want him out of the city. After beating them and going to the Hirose family office, Kiryu relays what happened in Kamurocho to them, them, and they're all having trouble processing that Hirose was using Yuta to kill Lo. Kiryu also adds that Hirose will try to kill him if he tries to expose the secret of Onomichi. Nagumo gets pissed off and talks about how grateful he and the others are because Hirose cared for them ever since they were kids when no one else did. This makes Nagumo fight Kiryu. Once they're done fighting, they're interrupted by Yomei Alliance Yakuza. The Hirose boys along with Kiryu drive them back, and then they all decide to expose the secret of Onomichi because it will confirm a few things. The most important being whether or not everything we've heard about Hirose so far is true. The hint that Lo gave Kiryu is a picture, and it has this code. The solution to it lies in the poem stones you can find around Onomichi. Kiryu takes pictures of all 9 of them and then goes back to the office. So each poet's first letter of their names matches with the letters found in the code, and then the numbers refer to the word order in each poem. So for example, J7 means the 7th word in J's poem. When they combine all the letters in kanji, they get the phrase Naval Soldier Yamano Dodai's grave. So that's where they head next, and they find blueprints for the old Iwami shipyard. A place that is apparently closed off now. With the help of Ino preparing a boat, they all head there. After fighting through hordes and hordes of Yomei Alliance members, Tagashira takes Kiryu to the destination, and there, a masked man shows up, and sure enough, it's Hirose. He's here to prevent everyone from revealing the secret of Onomichi. Kiryu is not willing to step aside, and Hirose is not here to negotiate, so the two fight each other. After the fight, Tagashira had successfully pulled a lever that he found which triggered the sirens around the shipyard. And then there it is, the secret of Onomichi that everyone's been barking about for a while now. A huge-ass battleship. What follows this revelation is a good chunk of military and political talk by Chairman Kuros, who's now present, but all you need to know is that this ship was illegally commissioned by embezzling war funds during World War II. The man who commissioned it is a name we've heard earlier. Minoru Daidoji, aka the Fixer, who was a high-ranking naval officer back then. It was a highly confidential project, and he had Iwami Shipbuilding carry out the construction of it. Because of the war, there was a shortage of working people, and that's why Kuros made a deal with the Sayo to smuggle Heihachi into the country, using them to help with building the ship. That's the only reason the Sayo even knew about the existence of the secret of Onomichi, even though they didn't know what it was. We then get to know how Hirose and Kuros met. Long story short, Hirose, as a young punk, broke into Iwami Shipbuilding with his gang and got caught by Kuros. Hirose's friends all ran away and told on him when he stood his ground. Kuros admired Hirose's strength and asked him to join him. Sometime later, Chairman Kuros decided to entrust the protection of the secret to Hirose, which entailed killing people that either knew about it or were onto it. Hirose never got to know what the secret was during all of this. In the present, Kuros says that them revealing the secret now means that all that work was for nothing, and orders Hirose to get up and finish the job. Nagumo shields Kiryu and Hirose hesitates, eventually causing Kuros to shoot him in cold blood. Matsunaga, quietly but with much anger, pulls the gun away from Kuros. And then he reveals that Daidoji wanted the destruction of the ship, but he kept it hidden to use it as leverage over him. And that's likely how he got as politically powerful as he is now. He starts walking away and Nagumo calls out to him, but Hirose says not to worry about him because he's going to be finished soon. After all these years, Hirose gets to finally see what the secret was. And then he says he hoped that it would be either Nagumo or Matsunaga who killed him, because he confesses to killing both of their fathers, and that was one of the reasons he took them into his family. Everyone is on the verge of tears, especially Kiryu, since this is very much like witnessing his exchange with Kazama all the way back in Yakuza 1, right in front of him but with other people. They show us a cutscene where Iwami confronts his father in resentment about the fact that he always tried to keep him away from the path of crime when he wanted to be involved with it. Before leaving, he reveals his back tattoo, and as we've heard before, Iwami got Koshimizu on his side because he's paying him well, so he has Koshimizu kill Kurus. And then we see Iwami sitting by the side of a sickly looking old man, reporting to him. This man is Minoru Daidoji, who we've been hearing about for a while now. Daidoji orders Iwami to dispose of the person responsible for revealing the secret of Onomichi, Kiryu, and in exchange he'll give him the title of Takero Kurus, basically entailing all of the power that Iwami's father had, political or otherwise. Okay, let's talk about the secret of Onomichi. For a few chapters now, you see several characters hyping up a secret that the town holds, and you're intrigued to know about what the hell this secret could be. And I think when many people saw that it's just a huge warship that doesn't really do well to live up to the mystery they've been building up, you get a lukewarm reaction. Kinda just like, really? The secret of Onomichi is a warship that we only get to see like 3 times? The only defense I can think of is that the secret of Onomichi didn't really matter to Kiryu personally, so naturally there wasn't going to be much of an emphasis on it. The only meaningful purpose it served that was relevant to Kiryu is to just prove to the Hirose boys that Hirose wasn't the nice old grandpa he comes off as. Ultimately, the ship was just there so we would know how Chairman Kurus has as much influence as he does. And by that point of the game, it's just not really the most exciting thing you can throw at the player, you know? Back to the story, Haruka happens to wake up shortly after Hirose passes away, and then we look at a scene of mourning for Hirose back at the family office, where everyone's too depressed to do anything. Kiryu comes back shortly after and informs everyone that Haruka finally woke up. A glimmering light of hope in these dark times. They reminisce about Hirose and talk about how they never would have wanted to kill him like he wished, because they always saw him as their real father. Kiryu receives a phone call from Somiya asking him to meet by the docks. Somiya offers his condolences for Hirose and tells us that Kurus died the day before as well. Suicide apparently, but it's likely that Iwami killed him. They talk about how they had underestimated Iwami, and Somiya comes clean about his initial intent of seizing control of the Tojo clan from Sugai while Daigo was gone. But if Sugai has Iwami's help, he won't be able to do so. He tells Kiryu that Daidoji gave the order to dispose of him, and that Somiya himself came here on orders to kill Kiryu. But he's not on board because contrary to what he thinks, he'd rather not see him die. Sugai apparently also intends to sell the Tojo to Iwami. Somiya warns Kiryu that they're also coming for Haruka and Haruto, and that he should hide them somewhere far, far away. Kiryu says he owes Somiya, but he says to save it, because he still intends to try and seize control from Sugai and then settle things with Kiryu. Kiryu rushes back to the Hirose family office and tells them about what he just heard. And then we get members of the Yomei Alliance walking towards the office, and they bring a fucking rocket launcher for some reason. Kiryu calls Yuta after that to tell him to tell Date to move Haruka as far away as possible. Yuta says that might take some time because Haruka just came to and she's not in the greatest shape. Kiryu decides to go to Kamurocho, and all the present Hirose boys go with. He tells them to go ahead of him to New Serena while he visits Haruka. Kiryu's feeling all kinds of emotions as he not only sees Haruka for the first time in about 3 years, and not only is he feeling conflicted about everything that's happened, but more than that, he's just really happy to see her alive and well after everything she's been through. Akiyama comes in sometime later and he says that he and Date are both looking for a safe location to move Haruka to. Kiryu steps out to make a call to Somiya. He asks him where Iwami and Sugai could be. Somiya says he has no idea about Iwami, but Sugai's office is on the top of the Millennium Tower. He advises Kiryu to lay low, but Kiryu says if he doesn't do anything, people around him won't be safe. Somiya wonders if Kiryu is implying that he's gonna be killing them, and is shocked because Kiryu never kills, haha, get it? Akiyama and Yuta step out and he tells them about a plan to beat their way through the Millennium Tower to reach Sugai's office. He asks Akiyama to guard Haruka, but Akiyama refuses and says Date and the police can do that, and that he doesn't want to miss out on all the fun that's about to come. Before leaving, Kiryu talks to Haruka once again and tells Haruka that he needs to borrow Yuta for a bit and promises to bring him back safe. Haruka says that he better be back too. They have a nice little moment where they have a heart-to-heart and then Kiryu steps out. Kiryu meets all the Hirose boys and Akiyama at Serena, and then they all march together side by side to the Millennium Tower. Kiryu is stopped by a goon, or well actually, stopped isn't the right word because Kiryu's past the point where he gives a fuck about speeches and just punches the guy before he says any more. Which, I'll say, is a refreshing change of pace when we usually listen to goons or villains babble for like an hour. A long sequence of fighting starts and Kiryu makes his way to the top of the Millennium Tower. Along the way, 3 of your party stay behind to hold the fort, and then Yuta gets stabbed at some point, so Kiryu asks Akiyama to look after him, so Kiryu has to continue the rest of the way alone. When he gets to the top floor, we come across an interesting scene. Somiya is the only person in the room holding a katana, and there's a monitor behind him with Sugai and Koshimizu watching us. Kiryu is confused because he thought Somiya was on his side, at least until Sugai is dealt with. Sugai says that once Kiryu is dead, he will make sure Haruka and Haruto are next, and then orders Somiya to kill Kiryu. Still unsure of what exactly is going on here, Kiryu has no choice but to fight back. どれ After giving him one hell of a beating, Somiya still tries to fight back even though he's pretty beat up. Kiryu tells him to just stop it already or else he will actually die. Sugai interrupts the scene and says that Kiryu has no idea what he's just done. The camera on the monitor is adjusted and we see that Kiyomi is being held hostage. And then Iwami walks in and slaps her as well. They reveal that they told Somiya if he managed to kill Kiryu, they'd ensure Kiyomi would walk away safe. But since he failed, he strikes another deal. He says, if Kiryu kills Somiya by the count of 3, he'll let her go. Speechless and wondering what to do, Somiya pulls out a dagger and begs Kiryu to do it.
4代目、あいつら本当にやる。頼むからこいつで俺をやってくれ。2つ。兄貴！ 時間切れだ。待て！そりゃ！あなた！なんじゃこりゃ！清美、あの子には、ヒロミには、俺、一度も手あげたりなんかして。 ねえからな大事にしてきた本当だ美しき夫婦愛をいや家族愛を見せていただきましたよ染谷さん 何をする気だまあ時間切れは時間切れじゃけえの
キヨちゃん。おい、なんならこりゃ。
桐生さん、南雲さん、ヒロミを俺とあいつの娘を頼んます。
何を言いよるんじゃ。しっかりせ。まだ助かる。
娘を頼まれたと言ってくれ。今ここでだ、南雲。
分かった。必ずわしが守りきる。安心せえ。
After leaving a scene that was tragic to say the least, everyone is back to being depressed again, but with how pressing things are getting, Kiryu tells the gang that there's no time to mope around and that everyone should lay low and far away from each other. Akiyama says that if Kiryu really intends to kill Sugai and Iwami, he'd rather use him to do it instead to not sully Kiryu's reputation as the boss of Kamurocho. Alright, maybe this is just a nitpick for me, but let's sit down and talk about this for a bit. So if Kiryu kills those two vile-ass human beings, he'd be finished as the boss of Kamurocho? Like, who's keeping count? Are the citizens of Kamurocho just waiting for Kiryu to kill someone so they can have a ceremony where they decide no one likes him anymore? Motherfucker, barely anyone recognizes Kiryu in these games out on the streets to begin with, which is ironic given that he's a celebrity in this city at this point. If anything, Kiryu's title got even more of a reputation in the streets because he supposedly killed his boss back in Yakuza 1, which even Shimano tells Nishiki about in Kiwami 1. I think this game in particular took the whole Kiryu doesn't kill thing a bit too seriously, but regardless, what Akiyama said about offering to kill in his stead is very appreciated, and I think it's a sweet sentiment because it's a testament of the bond between the two. Kiryu meets Nagumo on the roof of New Serena's building shortly after, and Nagumo tells him that Ino contacted him to tell him that there will be a funeral held for Iwami's father, which will also double as a succession ceremony, where Iwami will officially be recognized as the new head of the Yomei Alliance. Nagumo says he'd do anything to see them dead, and Kiryu concurs. Nagumo says only the two of them should go, because he doesn't want to endanger more people. Once ready, Kiryu and Nagumo set out for Onomichi, and we see them share a drink in memory of Kiyomi, and then they head for the funeral. Koshimizu walks in with a big number of goons, and laments that Somiya and Kiyomi had to die because he kinda liked them. Kiryu and Nagumo get ready to fight what could be the last fight of their lives. Even after the fight, Kiryu is so pissed he smashes Koshimizu's face in before diverting his attention to Iwami and Sugai. The first thing they do is bring a hostage on the scene. And of course, it's Haruka along with Haruto. Iwami reveals that he bribed the police to find and take Haruka away from where she was. Date tried to stop them and he told Honjo that there must have been a bribery. Honjo didn't believe him, but he gets the wake-up call soon when the two police officers accompanying him shoot him and Date as well before taking off with Haruka. Iwami takes his top off and says if Kiryu moves, Haruka will die. Iwami and Sugai take turns beating Nagamo as well as Kiryu. Iwami talks about how his father pushing him onto an honest career made him hate him and how this is where he belongs. He punches Kiryu once more and tells him he has 10 seconds to stand up or Haruka dies. As Kiryu struggles to get up, Yuta, Matsunaga, and Tagashira step into the scene and secure Haruka. They're understandably upset that they weren't told about this, and then they yell at Nagamo and Kiryu to get back up. While attempting to get up, Iwami charges at Kiryu and drops one of the most chilling lines he's ever said.
お前らが誰に喧嘩売ったかこれからたっぷり思い知らせてやるぜ
With nothing holding him back now, Kiryu takes off his top in classic Yakuza fashion and gets ready to beat the living shit out of Iwami. Let's talk about one of the most controversial final bosses with the Yakuza games, hands down. I'll approach this story-wise and then gameplay-wise. Story-wise, this is the kind of character that like 99.9% of people aren't going to like personality-wise. I mean, it's practically impossible to because there's nothing redeeming about him. At the time of this game's release, most final bosses either redeemed themselves in a way or they weren't as scummy as Iwami. I'm not gonna mention every little instance of redeemability, but Nishiki at the end of 1 saved Kiryu and Haruka from Jingu. Ryuji saved Kaoru and Kiryu from Takashima at the end of 2. Mine ordered the fucking destruction of an orphanage and traumatized a dozen kids, but hey, he sacrificed his life to save Kiryu and Daigo, right? Arai, Kido, and Daigo all regret their actions by the end of 4. Baba decides against sniping Haruka in 5 even though he was ordered to do it. And Majima was forced to fight you. And then there's Iwami. Absolutely nothing to like about him. But, having said that, it is worth mentioning that he did a few things no other main villain did. He created possibly the most grounded and realistic hostage scenario, and in turn with his cheap tactics, there's a good chance you were either repelled by him or had a tear in your eye watching what happens. Not only did he hold Haruka at gunpoint, but her child was right there as well in front of Kiryu. And even soon after beating him, he orders Sugai to kill the both of them. The absolute humiliation he has Kiryu and Nagamo endure by holding Haruka hostage, and then proceeding to beat the two of them like this is another thing that makes him stand out. Gameplay-wise though, he unfortunately doesn't deliver like previous final bosses. Aizawa in 5 set a pretty high bar with the amount of quick-time events and transitions you have during the fight. Meanwhile, all you get with Iwami is this one quick-time event mid-fight. In this sense, Koshimizu was more of a final boss than him, because when you beat him down for the first time, he'll get up with a knife, and now you fight him again with his health restored. So all in all, Iwami as a final boss generated a mixed reaction for sure. Going back to the story, Kiryu corners a terrified Iwami after the fight, but then Iwami yells an order to Sugai to kill Haruka and her child. Yuta steps in front of Haruka just in time to shield her, but then we see that Kiryu protected the both of them. He gets shot a couple more times before Tegashira makes it in time to punch Sugai. Yuta rushes to Kiryu and calls an ambulance. All the other Hirose boys corner Sugai, and then he decides to take his own life. Haruka is in tears looking at Kiryu the way he is now. He asks both Yuta and Haruka to take care of each other and make each other happy, and then he loses consciousness, and cue the credits. Oh, but wait, there was one grave sin that was committed just now. Even in his final moments, Haruka refuses to call Kiryu dad. Like, come on, what's it gonna take for you to take that leap? I'd say he's more than earned it at this point. This is one thing that I honestly didn't think much of at first, but I heard others talk about it, and I do agree. It would have made the scene a lot better. It's not over yet though, as we have a few scenes after the credits. We're back in Onomichi with Nagumo talking to a little girl in Kiyomi's bar. This is her daughter. He has a brief chat with her about her parents, and then Kiyomi herself walks in. Turns out, Koshimizu's gun was loaded with blanks at the time and didn't kill her. Why he did that is up for interpretation. The Hirose boys say maybe he got sick of being Iwami's lapdog, or maybe just seeing Somiya sacrifice his life to save Kiyomi changed something in him. Either way, it's thanks to him that she's alive. Tagashira and Matsunaga give their regards to Yuta and Haruka before they move out. Matsunaga laments the loss of Kiryu, and they all have a moment of silence. Haruka tears up as she recalls how Kiryu showed her so much warmth in life, and now it's up to her to do the same with Haruto. Next, we see Daigo, Majima, and Saejima all in a car together. Daigo had just gotten out of jail, and they talk about Kiryu's passing and how the Tojo is more than likely going to be riled up to go to war against the Yomei alliance because of that, given his history as the Tojo clan's 4th chairman. Kiryu left a letter for Daigo where he expresses that he had many regrets, one of which is that he forced Daigo to become chairman and didn't stand by him enough to support him. As a final request, he asks Daigo not to take revenge on him. Majima and Saejima both get to read the letter as well, and Daigo decides he will approach the Yomei alliance with a pact instead. Let's bring up another thing. I think it's not a stretch to say that most people going into 6 expected to see way more of these 3 than we actually did. And not strictly just these 3, but returning characters in general. Akiyama being there to help out every now and then was cool, but Saejima, Majima, and Daigo were absent for like 99% of the game. And I get that they tried to come up with excuses to leave them out. We know that all of them went to jail from the beginning. Saejima went back to complete his sentence. Daigo was arrested because of the Little Asia arson, and I think Majima was probably taken with him, since that was part of Iwami's plan to get the top dogs out of the way. It's a double-edged sword because this means the game got to focus on all these new different characters, but at the same time, for what was advertised as Kiryu's last game, you'd think they'd tie personal loose ends with people he knew a little better than they did. Where's someone like the florist, for example? He would help Kiryu get at least most of the information he needed when he was looking into what happened to Haruka. Purgatory and the entire area around it weren't even there to begin with. And since development constraints were likely the cause of that, they could have perhaps had the florist relocate somewhere else temporarily, like he did in Yakuza 2. It is interesting to think about how much shorter this game would be if he was there. Then they show us Date in New Serena joined by Akiyama, talking about Kiryu. Akiyama has his doubts as to whether or not Kiryu really died. Date says he really is dead and that he saw the body. Akiyama says the fact that they cremated the body is pretty fishy, but Date says that he had no living relatives, so there was no reason to keep his body intact. Akiyama says that hopefully one day Date will feel comfortable enough to tell him the truth and then leaves the room. This is followed by a scene confirming that Kiryu is very much alive. A man in a suit is sitting beside him with a suitcase loaded with money. He introduces himself as a politician mentored by Daidoji. The recent fuss in Onomichi caused them a lot of trouble and they have a lot of fires to put out. The politician asks Kiryu not to speak of anything that happened to anyone, and in exchange he gets all this money. Kiryu refuses. The politician is enraged. Kiryu says if he wants this deal, then he has conditions of his own. We see that Date was watching this conversation from outside the room. He says he wants the politician to use his influence to release Daigo from prison so he could hold the leash of the Tojo and prevent them from going to war against the Yomei. The politician begins to threaten Kiryu.
によってはお前が大事にしている人間も巻き添えになるぞ。
やってみろ。いろいろ調べたんだろ。俺を本気で怒らせたらどうなるか。試してみるか。
なら貴様が秘密を守るという保証はどうしてくれる？
死んでやるよ。
何？
あんたの力でこの病院で発行した死亡届を作ってくれ。
Date doesn't like that Kiryu is doing this because it means he'll never see Haruka or Haruto ever again. Kiryu takes a moment to contemplate, and he says that with him gone, they won't have to worry about being in trouble ever again because of him. Then, one of the last moments we see is Haruto taking steps in sync with Kiryu walking away from the orphanage after stopping by to check on them. And that's pretty much the story of Yakuza 6. In short, with Yakuza 6, it did a few things that left fans feeling like it's not a complete package, and these things are 1. Kamurocho not being complete, with the entirety of the hotel district and the champion district being locked off. 2. Story-wise, there's a severe lack of returning characters, and at least 3 of the ones that are back are barely there throughout the story. Some of the plot twists were either lukewarm or ridiculous even by Yakuza standards. Haruka's role in the story is always a big point of debate, Yuta being the father of Haruto, and something like The Secret of Onomichi, which didn't really do much for being something that was hyped up. Also, Iwami being the final boss. Number 3, coming from a game like Yakuza 5, the combat in 6 felt like a downgrade because of how heavy and clunky it feels. And let's not forget, 6 doesn't even have a ground heat action. Number 4, while a couple of the new minigames such as the spearfishing one are pretty fun, others such as the clan creator, the baseball team management, and the bar chat minigames weren't exactly fan favorites as far as I'm aware. And I'm sure depending on who you ask, the answers aren't gonna be the same, but I tried to gather the most commonly brought up issues of the game from what I've personally seen over time. So in a way, while this is trying to be objective, it can't be. If you want my take on the game, I don't think Yakuza 6 is a horrendous game. It has its flaws, but it still offered an enjoyable experience for me. Although I have to say, compared to other Yakuza games, I didn't find myself coming back to finish side content like sub-stories. Mainly because with 6, in order to get to the secret boss, you only need to complete 2 sub-stories. So I just did those, and for the most part didn't bother with a lot of the others. And while I did finish the clan creator storyline once, the side content in general wasn't that engaging for me. I didn't mind the combat too much, mainly because going into the game, I expected drastic changes to it, though it definitely could have had a little more to offer. Yakuza 6 is the first game that utilizes the Dragon Engine, and the jankiness definitely shows itself. As for the story, honestly, I didn't find some of the infamous plot points too bad. Like with The Secret of Onomichi, for example, it is pretty bland that they didn't do much with it, but its presence at least does make sense and it has a reason. I thought most of the villains of this game were awesome. Ed, Somiya, Jungi, and Koshimizu as well were all pretty solid. Though out of all of those, I'd definitely say Koshimizu is at the bottom of the list. Iwami's fight left quite a bit to be desired, but at least it was satisfying to beat the shit out of him. In a way, it was nice for this game to go back to the serious roots of having only Kiryu as the playable protag, especially since this was supposed to be his last game. God, ever since the summit announcements, calling 6 Kiryu's last game is just hilarious. Because we know we have a total of 3 games coming and they all have Kiryu in them. Yes, I know Ishin technically isn't Kiryu, but you know what I mean. Ryoma has Kiryu's face. I rest my case. This about wraps up the Yakuza 6 part of the video, and before we move on to Yakuza Like a Dragon, let's have ourselves a small break segment. So how are you doing today? Come on, let's talk about you for a little bit. If things are going well for you, then I'm very happy to hear that, friend. But if things aren't going so well, I'm sorry to hear that, and I sincerely hope that things start to look up for you as soon as possible. If your day got ruined for whatever reason, don't let it discourage you, and keep giving whatever you're doing your best. In the words of a certain Japanese fisherman, never give up! So one of the reasons this video didn't take as long as the iceberg video did is because the iceberg video is the kind of video where you shift from one topic to the other like every other minute. So even though this video is much longer than the iceberg video, believe it or not, the iceberg video took a lot more effort than this. The iceberg video has a much wider array of topics, switching from one game to the other very often, and it would need all kinds of specific footage that I didn't have on hand at the time. I've been seeing a lot of people pour in ever since the iceberg video, and I just want to say I'm really grateful for that. If you're one of those people that recently dropped into the channel, then thank you. Thank you so much for watching this video or subscribing if you did. But also a big thank you to just subscribers in general and anyone watching this video. Thank you so much for being here right now watching this. Seeing the success of the iceberg video really made me want to make another video like it, so here we are today with this video, hopefully to feed that hunger. Hope you're having fun. Wait, you are having fun, right? But seriously, if you're here right now looking at this segment, then I just want to say thank you so much for watching this video. I'm always grateful to see people enjoying the stuff that I put out. That's about all I have to say, so let's hop right into Yakuza 7 now. here we go with Yakuza Like a Dragon, also known as Yakuza 7, so I'll be calling them with both names interchangeably throughout the video. Anything works, really. Funnily enough, this is perhaps the most divisive entry in the whole series, and yet it's also one of the most successful ones. This game, of course, did more than a few things that caused this divide, for better or worse. After about 7 mainline games where it's either Kiryu by himself or Kiryu with other playable protags, RGG Studio, the developer of the Yakuza games, decided it was time for a sequel where the playable character roster does not have Kiryu in it at all. And if that wasn't bold enough on its own, they completely shifted the genre with this game, going from action-adventure beat-em-up to turn-based RPG, a surprising first in the franchise. Now, it's natural with any given game or any other form of media to have a lot of doubt surrounding it when there's a drastic change, and this game had at least 2 of them. In Yakuza's case, people have been with Kiryu for about 15 years before 7's initial release in 2020, so it is understandable that it was hard to part ways with him at first. However, despite these overwhelming odds that the shift presented, Yakuza 7 did amazingly well, and, without counting any of the spin-offs, was the first Yakuza game to feature an English dub again since the very first entry on the PS2, all the way back in 2006. The beginning of all the RPG talk began with an infamous April's Fool's video from back in 2019. At this point, Ichiban had already been announced as being the next protagonist, and this was the first quote-unquote gameplay video of him we'd ever seen, and it was unlike anything anyone expected. The combat gameplay was now turn-based, and initially many people were amused at the idea and wanted to maybe one day see it being realized. No one really expected for 7 to actually have turn-based combat. It was hard to imagine for a series that's always been beat 'em up, but, well, turn-based is exactly what we got in 7. There was, or still is, a belief going around that the combat of 7 became turn-based purely because of the positive reception to this video. Let me be the one to clear that misconception. An article by fanbite.com states that while Toshihiro Nagoshi, the former head of RGG Studio, did at one point say that they changed the combat after the positive reception, they asked Masayoshi Yokoyama, the current head of RGG Studio, about the whole thing, and he said Nagoshi was joking. They decide on these kinds of decisions way before they start developing a game. Outside of combat, Yakuza Like a Dragon plays out exactly as you'd expect from a typical Yakuza game. You're able to navigate through cities in the usual fashion, and you'd have a lot of shops and establishments you could visit, including minigame establishments, of course. A lot of minigames from previous entries are in this game as well, so there's stuff like karaoke, all the different forms of gambling, batting, darts, and there are a bunch of new stuff as well, like Dragon Kart, the cinema, the business management, which works differently than it did in Yakuza 0. Sub-stories are also accessible exactly like you'd expect by walking near certain places or NPCs, and the game has 52 of them. Unlike Yakuza 6, which suffered from unsavory performance issues at launch on the PS4, like horrible screen tearing, Yakuza Like a Dragon ran better and looked better as well. And it's all made even better by its PC release, which looks all the more beautiful. Now, speaking of the combat, you're able to find random encounters scattered throughout the city, much like previous Yakuza games, but of course, how they play out is vastly different given the genre shift. You go in, Ichiban and company might change appearance depending on their class, and the enemies as well might look different in combat specifically. All these silly aspects were meant to reflect Ichiban's love of Dragon Quest. He's a true gamer and has a wide imagination, so every battle he comes across he just sees as an RPG battle, with people taking turns and having all kinds of abilities, appearances, and traits that are fantasy-like. I should mention before going forward, classes are more commonly referred to as jobs in this game, as the in-game explanation of it is that your skills depend on what the character's current line of employment is. I might use the word job or class here and there, but I mean the same thing. Throughout the course of the story, Ichiban will have different party members that join his quest, and they all can pick different jobs, which in turn will change their appearance in combat, as well as give them special abilities unique to that job. The total amount of playable characters in this game, including Ichiban, is 7. Wonder if that's a coincidence. So there's Ichiban, Namba, Adachi, Saiko, Eri, who's an optional party member, but we'll get into that soon, Jungi Han, and Zhao. Every playable character has one job unique to them, except for Ichiban, who has at least 2 of them, and then the rest of the jobs are divided based on gender. As for unique jobs, they usually happen to be the default job for each character. Ichiban has Freelancer, which is basically a thug-like hand-to-hand fighting style, as well as Hero, which has him wield a bat. At some point in the story, Ichiban switches from Freelancer to Hero. Namba's unique job is homeless guy? Don't ask me how that works. Adachi has the detective job. Saiko has barmaid. Eri has clerk. Jungi has hitman. And Zhao has gangster. Generally speaking, it's not a bad idea to focus on each character's unique jobs because they're all pretty good. As for the other jobs, male characters have breaker, foreman, musician, host, bodyguard, enforcer, chef, fortune teller, and a DLC job called Devil Rocker. Female characters have idol, hostess, night queen, dealer, and a DLC job called Matriarch. I won't go into the specifics of what each job does because that could be a whole video of its own. I'm mainly trying to give you an idea of the general layout of how some aspects of the combat look like, so you have an idea of what I'm talking about going forward. The fights play out like any other RPG game does really, where you get your turn, select your course of action, and then you see it happen. There's a turn order that you can see which could help you decide what to do next, especially in bigger fights where you may need to prioritize healing over attacking. There's a dynamic system where, depending on whether or not there's an item nearby, a normal attack could cause Ichiban to pick that item up, like say a bicycle, and attack with it. Only Ichiban is able to do this. This works with a particular move as well called Essence of Roadside Weapon, which is exclusive to the Freelancer job. One of my complaints about this is that you're unable to move Ichiban or any other character to a more favorable location before doing an action. So in most fights, if there does happen to be an item next to Ichiban, you kinda got lucky there. During combat, if a single party member dies, the fight still goes on and you can revive them using either specific abilities or specific items. The exception is Ichiban. If he dies, it's a whole game over, and if you want to retry, you actually need to use some of your own in-game money to try again. This game over system, honestly, I'm not a big fan of, because the amount of money you pay scales to a certain percentage, and it's a big percentage. If you have like 600 million, you pay a good chunk of that, like maybe 200 million. It's probably some kind of arcade insert coin to continue homage, but the fact that you have to pay a huge amount honestly makes it so that it's better to reload your last save and try to get to where you were. It would be lovely to see things like this made better for Like a Dragon 8 so that the combat flows better. I mentioned something called Essence of Roadside Weapon. Essence skills are powerful special moves that you could say are the equivalent of having heat actions in this RPG gameplay. Each job has unique essence moves such as the following.
愚か者どもに罰を与えたまえ。あれ？何しやがった？あ、へえ！
And then Ichiban has a unique essence move that has his party members join in, which is a really cool idea. You're also able to unlock unique tag essence moves with each party member by maxing out your bond with them, which is another thing we should probably talk about. Through specific ways, you're able to raise your affinity with a certain party member, whether it's by fighting together, playing a minigame together, or taking a shortcut by directly bombarding them with 10 gifts at the same time. The highest level of bonds is 5. I think the only exception is Eri, where you have to progress in the business management minigame to be able to max out your bond with her. Tag essence moves aren't the only thing you get out of bonding with a party member. It's also how you unlock more jobs for them. So it's a good idea to take the time to level up your bond with them. Before their bond level can proceed to the next, you have to sit down with them at what becomes your main story hideout and chat with them. You'll listen to the troubles of each party member, share advice, and maybe even help them out eventually. It's just a really nice addition to the game that fleshes out each party member even more if the main story wasn't enough for you and you wanted to get to know each of them on a personal level. As far as cities go, Yakuza 7 has 3 of them. Kamurocho as always, Sotenbori, and a new city called Isizaki Ijincho. For short, we'll refer to it as Ijincho going forward. While Kamurocho and Sotenbori are both present, the main focus of this game lies within Ijincho, as that's where you'll spend most of your time during the story. Ijincho is a very large city compared to every other city we've seen in all of the series, being at least 2 to 3 times the size of Kamurocho. Since Ijincho is where most of the story takes place in, that also means it has the most to offer in terms of content compared to the other cities. That's not to say Kamurocho and Sotenbori have nothing, but for example, all of the new minigames I mentioned earlier are in Ijincho only. And speaking of minigames, let's talk about what each city offers in terms of unique content. This might not be necessary, but I do apologize in advance if I happen to forget something given how much there is to see in your average Yakuza game, but especially in a game like 7. I'll try as best as my memory allows to mention at least most of what each city has to offer. We'll start with Ijincho. Very early into the game, you're introduced to Can Quest, in which you ride around the city on a bicycle collecting any fallen cans while competing with other collectors. You gain points once you're done with one round, and they allow you to exchange them for a bunch of stuff that might be helpful. The cinema minigame is another addition in which you can either go in alone or drag one party member with you, allowing for your bond level with them to increase. The goal is to try to resist falling asleep while a bunch of evil sheep dressed in suits try to shoot sleep-inducing magic orbs at you. What, you never have to sit around evil sheepmen when you watch a movie? And occasionally, a chicken man will appear, and he's a friendly figure who will help you stay awake, so you don't want to repel him. Dragon Kart is a racing minigame that is more than likely a nod to Mario Kart, as it plays out very similarly. You race against opponents and you're able to collect different items along the way, including a rocket launcher that you can use to keep opponents out of the race for good. The business management minigame is more like a side story, really. Very similar to Yakuza 0's real estate management and cabaret club management. It's an excellent way to make money early on to help you gear up and buy supplies. It's also where you get an additional party member, Eri, and trust me when I say that trying to get her as soon as the minigame is unlocked will save you major headaches as you go through the story. There's really no reason you don't want to stop and spend some time on the business minigame, because it's just very helpful. There's a vocational school minigame where you're able to take tests on all sorts of subjects in order to raise each one's personality stats, which can be required for things such as unlocking more jobs for him and boosting certain skills effects. Ijincho also has golf, a batting center, and a couple of gambling spots. As for Sotenbori, the only unique thing it has to offer is the battle arena, which is a great spot for acquiring certain pieces of gear, resources, and to level up as well. Kamurocho is the one location that doesn't really have anything unique other than maybe a couple of endgame dungeons, though it is worth mentioning that Kamurocho at the very beginning of the game does have something very interesting. The pharmacy that's always been in the same spot is open and it sells some high-end heals, but when you come back to it later, it's all closed up. Before we wrap up with the gameplay part, I want to mention a couple of things when it comes to the navigation. There's something I sometimes see in other RPG games where they will allow you to switch who's the character in the lead. And while it's not a big deal, it's unfortunate that Yakuza 7 doesn't have this, as I think it would be nice controlling a different character while walking around the cities. There's also a bunch of saves scattered around Ijincho that you can unlock with a key for some goodies. Another thing worth talking about is that there are certain spots around Ijincho in particular that are locked off, and you're able to get through them simply by switching to the 4-man job at least once as Ichiban. Doing so will unlock a skill that would allow you to break certain objects while in navigation mode. This is pretty helpful for some dungeons, as well as gaining access to a bunch of secret shops in Ijincho that will sell you things such as the keys needed for safes. And speaking of dungeons, there's about 3 of them in the whole game. There's one in Ijincho, one in Kamurocho, which is also arguably the best place to farm for XP, and then there's the Millennium Tower, which you can only access in Premium Adventure after beating the game. God, it's so freaking cool that the Millennium Tower is a dungeon in itself, and the fact that it has one of my favorite tracks in the whole series is just icing on the cake. Unlike most other Yakuza games where completing all sub-stories at the very least is a requirement to be able to meet the secret boss, in Yakuza 7 all you have to do is make it to the top of the tower. There is technically a 4th dungeon, and that is the true final Millennium Tower, which is unlocked after beating the normal Millennium Tower dungeon. And this one is beefy. Basically all the enemies along the way are much stronger, and the secret boss will be much more difficult to deal with as well, well. This about sums up the gameplay aspect of Yakuza Like a Dragon. Aside from a couple of annoyances like the inability to move freely before taking a turn, a game over upon only Ichiban dying, and the cost of a retry after a game over, I haven't really seen that much that people had an issue with when it comes to the combat or just the game in general. Except of course for, you know, RPG and Ware Kiryu. And this may make it seem like the game wasn't all that divisive, but remember, the main issue surrounding this game at first was the total genre shift, which understandably left many feeling unsure. And while it did win many said unsure people over, there are still others out there that despise this game for it, which is fair. But if you take it even further by despising people who like the game, and it's just like fan bases, am I right? I've seen people who call others fake fans for liking 7, and it's like, please stop. Guess I'm a fake Yakuza fan even though I started with the original and have been uploading videos for it my whole life. You know, I just realized, this makes me think of a comparison that is almost exactly like this. Resident Evil 7. Resident Evil 7, back when it was revealed, caused a big fuss. Because first of all, the setting and tone looked nothing like what you'd expect of Resident Evil, back then at least. People called it something like an Outlast clone or what have you. And then there was the perspective shift, going from third person to first person. I'll tell you from personal experience, I was among those people who thought they would hate the game, so I just put it off for the longest time. I think I only played it about 3 years after it came out, and what do you know, I actually enjoyed it. Oh yeah, Resident Evil 7 is also the best-selling game in the whole franchise. Now, I'm not gonna say Yakuza 7 was the best-selling Yakuza game, because when I googled it, I found mixed results. One article from hackernoon.com stated that it was the 7th best, though the writer mentions that they believe the game sold more than this. And then there's also a lot of other things indicating that it might have been in fact the most successful in the series. An article by VideoGamer.com mentions that Nagoshi himself, when he was still with RGG Studio, mentioned that Yakuza Like a Dragon achieved the highest digital sales of all games. All of this is very surprising considering the initial uncertainty regarding this game, but these are the facts. Video game sales numbers in general are hard to pinpoint because it's not the kind of thing you can determine whenever you'd like. Having said that though, we'll be going through the story of Yakuza Like a Dragon like we did with 6. And while there may not be as many controversial aspects to dive into as with the latter, other than, you know, new protag, no playable Kiryu, I would still like to take the time to briefly walk you through the story, since we've made it this far and we've covered the story of 6. It is time to talk about the story of Yakuza 7. The story of Yakuza Like a Dragon starts with a cutscene showing us a play. The play is about a woman who is avenging the death of her father. Once the play is over, the crowd is pretty pleased with the performance and they are giving a necklace of money to one of the actors. In the backstage, we see a woman yelling at one of the actors about preparations for the next show. She bullies him for the success that was tonight's show and tells him not to let it get to his head. She attempts to take the money that he earned, and he tries not to let her, but she forcefully takes it away. She's pretty pissed at him, and we soon know that this is his mother. She threatens to give him another scar in addition to one she already gave him on a past occasion, but one of the other actors steps in to tell her to cut it out. This actor is the boy's dad. The boy's mother then steps over to another man in the room with the money and they go out together on a date. The boy's dad asks him if he's okay. We learn that the boy's name is Masumi, and we get to see a scar as he wipes the makeup. Masumi's dad reassures him that he'll help him with the preparations and then invites him to go out together on a walk around Yokohama. They stop by a restaurant that serves Peking duck, and his dad goes on about how that's the king of Chinese food. And then they decide to dine in. At some point, Masumi goes to the restroom and passes by a waiter heading to the room that they were staying in. The waiter shoots Masumi's dad, and then it's not long after that that Masumi walks in to see that. Traumatized. It cuts to the present time on New Year's Eve in the end of 2000, with Masumi in a Yakuza office as patriarch of his own family, the Arakawa family. From here on, I'll refer to Masumi with Arakawa instead. We're introduced to another man in the room. Arakawa calls out to Ichiban, but Sawashiro says that he sent him out on a job. Next, we see Ichiban chasing after someone, and after catching him, he confronts him about selling animal porn that's labeled uncensored porn and scamming kids with it, and wants that money back. A fight breaks out, and after that, a new face runs into the scene. Instead of taking the money back to the office like he should have, Ichiban intends on returning the money back to the kids that were scammed, and asks Mitsu to find all of the kids that were scammed. A homeless man approaches Ichiban about someone that wants to see him, and here we get to see how Ichiban is on good terms with the locals. Mitsu at some point approaches Ichiban to tell him he handed the money back to the kids, but says that they have to make money with the next job, or else the captain won't be happy about it. He gives him the details for the next job and heads to the destination. Ichiban goes there and talks to the target, and the target is someone he knew in school, and apparently he owes the family money. The two fight, and after that, Ichiban takes his wallet and gives him back the money, because the order was to take the wallet. Mitsu's upset because this is the second job that's kind of failed. Ichiban doesn't want to take this guy's money because he knows the guy and says they should just give him some time, and that he'll definitely pay it back. Ichiban gets a call from Sawashiro telling him that it's about time he meets with Arakawa's son, whom they refer to as the young master. Ichiban had totally forgotten, so he rushes off. Ichiban is to take him to visit his girlfriend because it's her birthday. On the way there, Masato asks Ichiban to enter a secluded spot and inject him with an unknown drug. Masato had this drug imported, and it's supposed to be a performance booster that will allow him to get up from his wheelchair and be able to walk for some time without issues. He injects himself since Ichiban was hesitating, and then they head into a cabaret club. They're sat at a table and then they ask for Yumino, Masato's girlfriend, but she's already occupied with a customer. It's a busy day for her since it's her birthday. Ichiban decides to go look for her, and indeed finds her at another table. He tries to negotiate with the customer to try and borrow her for a bit, but it doesn't work out. Masato interferes and apologizes for Ichiban getting worked up. He tries to offer money just so that he can spend a bit of time with his girlfriend, but the guy refuses it and says that he can't accept money like that. He hands out his business card. Juro Horinoichi, senior commissioner in the Tokyo Police Department. He decides to just let her go over to his table. They spend some time on the table making small talk, and then they hand over their gifts to Yumino. Sometime later in the restroom, Ichiban is just chilling in a stall and overhears a conversation between Horinoichi and Yumino. Horinoichi is not happy about Masato's appearance earlier and asks her how could she even stand him. She tells him how he's the son of a Yakuza and how it scared her how much money he spends on her. Horinoichi proposes that she just sells whatever he gives her, including his birthday gift to her, an expensive watch. He also promises that he would protect her if he tries anything, and yeah, Ichiban is pissed hearing about this. After they leave, he steps out of the stall to try to process the conversation, and then he sees that Masato is just standing behind him. He asks him how long he'd been there, but he doesn't answer and just throws a pouch full of money telling him to pay the bill and keep the rest. A while later, Mitsu calls Ichiban telling him they need to head back to the family office. They report to Sawashiro about today's jobs. Ichiban is honest about how he returned the scammed money to the kids, and then hands over the empty wallet he took earlier, which surprisingly does have money in it. Sawashiro is furious because he knows that this money is from Masato's bank and demands an explanation. He beats Ichiban and then asks for a knife and a board. Now for context, if you don't know what this is, if a Yakuza member fucks up with something, they can have him cut off his pinky as an act of taking responsibility. Sawashiro forcefully takes Ichiban's hand to do it himself, and then they're interrupted by Arakawa himself walking in. As Arakawa heads to his office, he tells Ichiban to follow him. They talk a bit about what happened. Ichiban feels like his idea of what a Yakuza should be differs from Sawashiro. Ichiban thinks a Yakuza should stand up for other people. Arakawa invites Ichiban to grab the last meal of the 20th century, so they head out. They enjoy a pleasant conversation for a bit, and then Arakawa talks about the woman he loved, Masato's mom. A while back, Arakawa was with a family called the Hikawa family. The patriarch of that family asked Arakawa if he would marry his daughter, but Arakawa was already in love with another woman called Akane. He thought if he ignored the patriarch's daughter, she would get fed up with him, and it wouldn't be a problem anymore. So he continued to date Akane in secret. Akane got pregnant one day, and then Arakawa tried to work up the courage to tell his boss about it, but it was too late. She was almost due when he told him. He had his goons beat Arakawa up and they started to look for Akane to kill her. Arakawa came up with a plan. He told Akane to try to meet him at a cafe so they could skip town together. There's a flashback. We see that when he got there, the cafe phone rang. He picked up and sure enough, it was Akane. The Hikawa family members were on her trail. So he told her to put the baby in a locker since they're targeting women who are carrying a baby. He then hears a bunch of men closing in on her, so she runs away mid-call. A group of men walk walk into the cafe and Arakawa beats all of them, and then runs over to the lockers they were talking about. He hears a baby in one of them, and once he determines the right locker, he punches it with all the power he could muster, and eventually it opens. And there it is. A baby. He slowly holds the baby close to him, but then notices the baby isn't breathing, so he runs off in a panic. Back to the present, Arakawa says he feels bad for having Ichiban care for Masato all the time, because it's his fault that Masato is in the condition he's in. Apparently, if he made it 5 minutes earlier to the locker, it would have prevented the condition. Ichiban says it never was a burden to him to look after Masato. Arakawa says that Akane ran to a bar she knew, but the Hikawa family was already there, and they'd killed her. A few days later, the Hikawa family members disappeared, and the family itself wasn't a thing anymore, implying that he killed all of them. Arakawa apologizes for all the heavy talk and tells Ichiban that he considers him his own son as well. They shift the topic to picking a place to eat, so they walk off. Arakawa suggests that they have the iconic dish mentioned in the beginning, Peking duck. They find a place, but it's locked up for the day since it's New Year's Eve, so they decide to go to a usual joint that they frequent. At some point later, they pass by Shangri-La, a brothel. This is where Ichiban grew up, so Arakawa says he should stop by every now and then to help them out. We get to see Ichiban's backstory. Ichiban was born right here in this building. His mom just up and disappeared, and he never knew his dad. Figured he was just another customer. The owner of the brothel decided to raise him alongside the other working women. He grew up surrounded by the working class people of Kamurocho, so he owes them a lot. When his foster father, the owner of Shangri-La, passed away, Ichiban dropped out of school and just started aimlessly wandering. He'd pick fights to make money until one day he picked on the wrong person, a Yakuza. The family of that Yakuza had found him and beat him up in a secluded place. Just when they were about to kill him, he yelled out Arakawa's name. At the time, Arakawa had a reputation for being a ruthless assassin. Ichiban claimed he was with his family. He wasn't, of course, but it was a last-minute decision to save his life. They phoned the Arakawa family office and told them about the situation. Sometime later, Arakawa himself steps into the room and takes a look at Ichiban. Arakawa, with almost no hesitation, takes a knife off of one of the guys and cuts off his pinky, offering it to the grunts as an apology for Ichiban doing what he did. As he was leaving with Ichiban, Ichiban thanks him, but Arakawa punches him, saying he didn't save him because he's nice, but because of the Yakuza protocol. As a Yakuza, the moment he shows weakness or hesitation, his reputation is done for. Ichiban says then he could have just said that he didn't know him and walked away. Arakawa says maybe he just wanted to be cool and make an impression on some kid who knew his name. Ichiban decided there and then that he wanted to devote his life to that man. He stood day after day outside the Arakawa family office in hopes of being accepted. At some point, Arakawa tells Ichiban that a Yakuza's life is nothing to be proud of, and that he should go back to his parents. Ichiban says he has no parents, and then a chance presents itself. As Arakawa takes up a cigarette, Ichiban lights it up, and then he tells him to follow him inside. That was day 100 of waiting, and it was the day he got accepted into the family. We're back to the present. Arakawa and Ichiban stop by a lady being harassed by two thugs. Arakawa steps in, and then Ichiban fights both of them alone. After the fight, Arakawa and Ichiban say their goodbyes for the day, and then there's a cutscene showing us celebrations going on for the new year. And Ichiban is celebrating in his own way by drinking and just gazing at the fireworks in a park. Ichiban is awoken by a police officer in the same park the following day, and then he gets a phone call from Arakawa asking him to go to the family office. Near the office, Ichiban gets jumped by a bunch of Yakuza members claiming to be from the Sakaki family. Even after the fight, he's still confused as to what just happened, and then just heads into the office. He walks in on Arakawa looking very grim. Arakawa tells Ichiban that Sawashiro shot a member of the Sakaki family, and then takes a moment before saying that he can't afford to let Sawashiro get arrested. So he bows to Ichiban and asks if he's willing to take his place. Ichiban couldn't be happier because he says this is his chance to pay back Arakawa for everything he's done for him. Ichiban has one last meal as he thinks about his conversation with Arakawa again. Arakawa told Ichiban that he'd been banished. Being banished, unlike an expulsion, means he won't be able to come back to the family or the clan ever again. But Arakawa says he'll do what he can to work around it by the time he gets out of prison. Once done with his meal, he walks over to the police station and he is sentenced to 15 years in prison. About a year and a half later, summer of 2002, we get to see a scene of prisoners doing manual labor of packaging chopsticks. Ichiban finishes his share, but an inmate in front of him passes another box for him to do in his stead. Ichiban ignores him and heads out for a bathroom break. Next thing we see is Ichiban being beaten by the same guy who was in front of him as well as his goons. They ask him which family he used to be with, and he says he was with the Arakawa family, which makes the inmate laugh at him and make fun of them. Ichiban is pissed at them bad-mouthing Arakawa, and this is what makes him fight back. Though unfortunately 99% of it is off screen, because the next thing we see, Ichiban is in a solitary cell now, and a police officer comes in to give him a meal and says that he fought back so hard, all those inmates were sent to the police hospital and had all their teeth knocked out. Ichiban simply says that they were talking smack about his boss. Unfortunately, him fighting back caused an extension in his sentence, so instead of 15 years, he now has to do 18 years. 15 years from this moment, I suppose around 2017, he receives a letter from Arakawa. Arakawa says that if the extension hadn't happened, they would be welcoming him back as he got out of prison now, and mentions dearly missing spending days with Ichiban. In 2019, he finally leaves prison, and the first thing he does stepping out of the door is bow and apologize, fully expecting his family to be there, but, well...
どうして
Hey, at least the police officer offered him a moment of comfort. The officer says that there's been more strict laws lately against the Yakuza, so he shouldn't have expected them to drive by in a car to take him back. As Ichiban walks away, someone talks to him. We're introduced to Adachi, an ex-detective turned driving tutor. Adachi seems to know a lot about Ichiban as he talks about his background and the murder he was accused of, and then he says he has business with him. Ichiban is annoyed because of how nosy Adachi is. He says he'll go back to Kamurocho, and then Adachi says he'll come with. Next thing we see is Ichiban getting a haircut.
おい姉ちゃんなんだよこれパンチじゃねえんじゃねえか
すみませんパンチパーマなんて今時誰もいやちょっとやったことなかったもので
どういう顔で親父に会ったらいいんだよこれ
After Ichiban gets out, he asks Adachi again what he wants with him, and Adachi reiterates that he has business with him, but he'll patiently wait until Ichiban finishes whatever he wants to do first. So up next, they head to a graveyard, and Ichiban is cleaning one grave. This is the grave of the guy who was killed 18 years ago, and Ichiban was accused of killing. Adachi asks who was it that really killed him, and after a moment of silence, Ichiban says it was him. A large group of Yakuza pass by, and Ichiban notices that Arakawa is among them. As he tries to get close to them, two Yakuza step down to stop him. Ichiban tells them he's from the Arakawa family, but they say if he was, they would recognize him, and they push him off. Ichiban is understandably pissed because he waited long enough and doesn't want to deal with this crap, so he fights them. One of them pulls out a gun after the fight, and Adachi holds Ichiban back and apologizes to the Yakuza for his behavior, and they leave. Ichiban looks at Arakawa and yells at him, so hopefully he'll look at him. Arakawa glances back for a moment, but continues walking. Adachi says maybe he forgot him, but Ichiban says that's not possible because he sent him a letter in prison recently. Ichiban figures he might be here to visit the same grave he was cleaning, but just then, Adachi points out at a grave that Arakawa had just arrived at. The grave has the Omi Alliance crest on it. This baffles Ichiban even more. Adachi says it only makes sense though, since Arakawa is an Omi officer. At this point, Ichiban just laughs and says Adachi must have been a sloppy detective. Adachi says the Arakawa family is not part of the Tojo clan anymore. Masumi Arakawa is currently the acting captain of the Omi Alliance, the second in command. A couple years ago, a new Tokyo governor was elected, and he's cracking down pretty hard on crime in Kamurocho. He enforced extra taxes on the Tojo's sources of funds. This was part of a plan called the Kamurocho 3K plan, an anti-Yakuza policy. Keep them hungry, keep them poor, and keep them starved. That's what the 3Ks stand for. Police were raiding family offices and arresting patriarchs, with one exception. the Arakawa family. The police were only able to do quick work because they had inside intel, and it was Arakawa feeding them that intel. With the Tojo out, the Omi clan marched right in and the police looked the other way, likely because Arakawa bribed the police. This is how Arakawa was welcomed into the Omi. Ichiban is still in denial even after all of this. He takes Adachi's badge and throws it out of the window. Adachi pulls over to look for it, and then Ichiban continues the rest of the way walking to Kamurocho. Adachi figures he'll just have to see for himself. Ichiban arrives in Kamurocho seeing technology he'd never known. People with selfie sticks and vapes, and he's just stunned. The first stop is the Arakawa family office, which is no longer there. Ichiban decides to drop by a shop he used to frequent to check in with a lady working there, but she doesn't work there anymore. An Omi Yakuza walks on by to buy from the shop. Ichiban finds out he's from the Omi Arakawa family, and argues with him before they fight. After the fight, he asks the guy whether Arakawa really sold the Tojo to the Omi, and he says he did. Ichiban runs off after that because backup had arrived. More members of the Omi Arakawa family. Ichiban arrives at the Champions District and sees a familiar face, one of the locals he used to know. She talks a bit about what she's been up to, and then Ichiban asks her about any leads. She suggests asking Ushio, the guy who was selling animal porn in the beginning. He often hangs around children's parks, so Ichiban heads there next. Ushio's there being confronted by a couple of Omi Yakuza because he took a picture of them, and they're not happy about it. Just when they're about to smash his camera, Ichiban intervenes. After beating them, Ushio thanks Ichiban and takes off running before he bumps into Kamulop, a Kamurocho mascot, and his camera breaks. Ichiban catches up to him and they talk. Ushio is a journalist now. He informs Ichiban that Masato is dead now. He died 3 years after Ichiban went to jail because his condition got worse. Ushio says maybe Masato's death changed Arakawa for the worse, and it might have been what made him betray the Tojo clan. He advises Ichiban to go somewhere far away since the Omi are looking for him, and that makes him think back to how Adachi told him there's nothing left for him in Kamurocho. Ichiban stops by his home, Shangri-La, and a few seconds later, speak of the devil, Adachi shows up. Ichiban asks about what happened to the building. Adachi tells him about the events that took place in Yakuza 1 where Majima drove into the building and that it's been abandoned ever since. He tells him about a new police station in Kamurocho, an extra set of eyes on criminal activities. Adachi says that he's been honest with him about everything so far and wonders if Ichiban finally believes him. Ichiban reluctantly says he does. He asks Adachi what he wants from him. He says he wants him to help his investigation on how the police were bribed by Arakawa. He believes that Horinouchi was the one who took the bribe, the commissioner from the beginning, and personally wants to see his corruption being brought to light. Adachi says this benefits him and Ichiban both, since their goals align to an extent, and then tells him about a meeting being held tonight and that Arakawa will be present. He knows all this from his connections from when he was a detective. Adachi shows where the meeting will be held. It's the same restaurant that Arakawa wanted to take Ichiban to for Peking duck, but was closed. Ichiban thinks this is a message from Arakawa, but Adachi tells him to let go of his denial already. Adachi gives Ichiban a smartphone and tells him that they'll meet at this same spot tonight to make their way there. At night, Ichiban arrives at the same spot and sees a man standing there. He gives him a description of Adachi and asks if he'd seen him. The man says why not just call him, and Ichiban remembers that he'd been given a phone, but has no idea how to use it. The man is amused and offers to teach everything about how to use one, but then a couple of Omi Yakuza walk in, yelling at the man. They're angry at him because they bought a property from him and it's not bringing them profit. The man tells them it's their fault for bad management. Ichiban steps in to help the man out. The two recognize Ichiban, so now it's even more of a reason to fight them. After the fight, the man helps Ichiban learn how to use his phone, and then they exchange their names. We learn that this man is called Nick Ogata. He says they should stay in touch. Ichiban warns him of his background, but Nick says that doesn't bother him. As a businessman, he gets mixed up with all kinds of people. Adachi arrives shortly after Nick leaves. Ichiban is upset that Adachi took long. Poor guy just grabbed a beef bowl because he was hungry. Anyway, once ready, Ichiban speaks to Adachi. The plan is to sneak through the sewers into the building where the meeting will be held in. They face several groups of thugs on their way. After a particular fight on the rooftop, a helicopter shows up and orders the two to stop. Adachi pulls his badge and stalls for time while Ichiban goes on ahead. Ichiban comes across Sawashiro, who pokes fun at how they would have picked him up from prison if he'd just called. Ichiban demands answer about why Arakawa went traitor. Sawashiro says he did what he had to and continues to poke fun at him. Ichiban says he would expect a bit of gratitude considering he went to prison for 18 years in his place. Sawashiro says he didn't forget, but the meeting happening tonight is very important and he can't afford to let him in. Ichiban says he waited long enough and then the two fight. Ichiban successfully pushes Sawashiro aside and goes for the meeting door. Sawashiro warns him once again that there's no turning back if he opens those doors. Ichiban once again says that he's waited a long time and that he's had enough.
Shike. 私宛ての客人です。やっぱり来たが、やっぱりな。お前だけは裏切らねえな。
おやつさん、聞いてください。どうして？こんな日にトラブルですかな。
いえ、トラブルではありません。心配なさらず。
おやっさん。
すべては予定通りです。すまねえな、イチ。死んでくれ。
Whew, quite the ending to that chapter, isn't it? Ichiban wakes up in an unfamiliar place with his bullet wound stitched up. A homeless man approaches Ichiban and tells him that he was the one who did the stitching and that he just barely dodged death. And then he tells him to go on home. Ichiban is clearly confused and eventually asks the homeless man where he's in. They're in Isizaki Ijincho, Yokohama. This confuses Ichiban even more. The homeless man says he only helped Ichiban because a dead body would attract cops and that would be bad for the other homeless in the area. Ichiban asks if he can stay with him and help around, but the homeless man says they're not some charity and tells him to leave. Just as Ichiban walks away, he falls unconscious because of the bullet wound. The homeless man decides to care for him once again. Once Ichiban is up, he thanks the homeless man and says he owes him one. They introduce themselves. The homeless man is called Namba. He thought Ichiban's name was a fake at first, but he says it's his real name. Namba says if he wants to be here, they need the approval of the chief around here. He'll have to show that he can pull his own weight. Namba shows Ichiban a few things he could do to make money, starting with searching under vending machines for coins. At the end of the day, he meets the chief and he approves of Ichiban staying, and then he tells them his background. The next day, Namba shows him another way to make a living, introducing us to Can Quest. Ichiban goes around the city to collect cans, and then he can earn a bit of money and also trade them for useful things. He goes back to the homeless camp afterwards and sits down with Namba, talking about food for a bit. Shortly after, a couple of thugs walk into the camp. The guy in orange is Zhang. He's part of the Yokohama Lumang, a Chinese mafia. Namba says they come in every now and then to take money from the homeless or else they kick them out. Ichiban says they shouldn't allow them to pull shit like this, but the homeless don't fight back because the chief tells them not to. Namba hides Ichiban in a box, but the two thugs notice it and check it out. As Ichiban gets ready to fight them, Namba joins him as well. After the fight, Ichiban roasts the guys so hard the homeless begin to laugh at them. Ichiban knows they can't do anything because first of all, he would complain about a homeless group beating him. It'll make him look weak in front of his acquaintances. And second, this isn't even their territory, which could spark trouble with other factions in the city if it came to light. Zhang takes off with his buddy. The chief isn't happy about what happened because he put their livelihood at risk. But Namba says not to worry about it because he still did everyone a favor. He tells them about the 3 main factions that rule Yokohama so he would be aware of them. First, there's the Lumang, a Chinese mafia, then the Kumijul, a Korean mafia, and finally the Seiryu clan. Namba says despite what happened, Ichiban is lucky because he landed in the one region where there's no Omi Yakuza. Ichiban finds a bloody 10,000 yen bill in his breast pocket. Namba urges him to hide it quickly. The other homeless men take notice and someone managed to snatch it. Turns out the bill is counterfeit. There's no print on the back even though the front print is legit. The homeless men panic and throw accusations at Ichiban, but Namba says someone must have planted it because if Ichiban had it in when he was shot, there should have been a hole in the bill. Ichiban says he can't keep living like this, he should try to get an actual job already. He rouses a speech for the homeless men to do the same because they all have skills, but Namba stops him halfway through and snaps at him. He says no one's here by choice. The people here all have different circumstances that broke them. Loans that were too much, families leaving them when they were broke, people who wanted to see them fall. Taking a job will put them back on the radar even though they'd love to have one. Ichiban apologizes. Namba says he'll come with him though to try and see if he can change things for himself. They head to an establishment called Hello Work to find employment. They turn Ichiban down because he doesn't have a home. As Ichiban tells Namba how it went, a man approaches Ichiban. He tells him about a job he could do tonight and it will pay 5,000 yen. When he gets to the location, he meets 2 women. They tell the 2 that they have electricity stolen from them. Apparently, the Kumijul, the Korean mafia, is the one who's doing that. The police refuse to do anything about them, so they're not an option. They try to figure out how they can stop them. Namba says they should probably just leave the job since they would be risking their lives. Ichiban suggests cutting the cord connecting to the Kumijul, which had already been done by Hamako, the blonde woman they're talking to. She hired the 2 for what may happen as a result of that. The window of the bar had been broken in the morning by a brick that reads, "Fix the cable by tonight." The 2 wait in the bar to see if anything happens, and eventually they notice someone watching the bar. Shortly after, a guy they saw at Hello Work walks in and he has a hammer with him. Ichiban gets up to tackle him and then the guy runs away, and Ichiban chases after. Once he catches up to him, he says he'd been offered 1,000,000 yen to destroy the bar, and then a fight happens. After the fight, they interrogate the guy for a bit before several arrows land near them. The guy runs away and then the 2 take cover nearby. Ichiban decides on a whim to go out into the open and negotiate with the mystery attackers to let them go and stop stealing electricity from the bar. Surprisingly, it works. Namba is understandably shocked. They go back to the bar to report. The woman had already gotten a call from the guy who ran earlier and he told them not to worry about the cable. So with the job all done, they get 1 bill of 5,000 yen. Namba thought it was going to be 5,000 each, but hey, beggars can be choosers, I guess. Hamako tells Ichiban that she has another job for him. She wants him to clean a small building not too far away tomorrow morning. And before she leaves, they introduce themselves. Ichiban and Namba go back to the homeless camp to get some sleep. The next day, they go to where Hamako asked them to work. They do the cleaning as they were told. While cleaning, they hear someone speaking on a megaphone. Namba tells them about this group. They're a non-profit group called Bleach Japan, and their aim is to rid Japan of gray zones. Things that are illegal, but cops look the other way because they're victimless crimes, as Namba puts it. And Bleach Japan wants to crack down on all crimes, whether they're harmful or not. Their founder is Ryo Aoki, the current governor of Tokyo, who was also behind the Kamurocho 3K plan. The guy on the megaphone argues with Hamako about the brothel she runs in this small building, and then Ichiban intervenes to scare the crowd by pretending to throw stained tissues on them. Later at night, Ichiban talks to Hamako about Bleach Japan. She tells him that she shelters some women who don't have a citizenship and have no one to turn to, but Bleach Japan keeps getting in the way. Soon after, Kume, the guy who was on the megaphone, walks by again with a bunch of thugs with him this time. Hamako's building is registered as a restaurant, so he brought these guys to treat them at her restaurant to prove that there's no restaurant here. Ichiban and Namba tell the thugs to buzz off, but of course a fight breaks out. After the fight, they briefly talk about how dumb Bleach Japan are. As Ichiban and Namba say their goodbyes, Hamako stops them and asks about their accommodation. She offers them the room upstairs to stay in. In exchange, this will be a line of defense against Bleach Japan, since this will get her the right of residence documents, something she can't do with the women she shelters since they're illegal. Ichiban and Namba are overjoyed as they finally have a roof against their heads. We get a bit of a wholesome heart-to-heart. Namba reveals that he's an ex-nurse because he smuggled drugs outside the hospital for money. His business expanded a little too much and that backfired and he lost his job. Ichiban talks about how he wanted to be a hero when he was young and brings up Dragon Quest, a video game. Namba says then he should go for it. Be a hero. Before this chapter ends, we see a brief cutscene with the hammer guy from earlier tied down. A man in black shoots him with a crossbow. As the next chapter opens up, we see Adachi chilling near the building Ichiban and Namba are staying in. He sneaks in while Hamako says goodbye to her girls. Ichiban notices someone closing in, but they make things clear soon enough. The next morning, Adachi introduces himself to Namba and tells Ichiban that he lost his job after what happened in the building in Kamurocho. He had an app on Ichiban's phone that allowed him to track his location, so that's how he found him. He tried calling Ichiban, but his phone was out. Adachi is still insistent on bringing down the police commissioner for taking bribes from the Omi, and he intends to try and get proof by getting close to Arakawa. He wants revenge for something that happened 20 years ago. A case Adachi was working on had been tampered with by Horinouchi to save his reputation, causing an innocent man to go to prison for 17 years. After the case was closed, Adachi leaked the truth to the media, but it didn't make it there because Horinouchi caught wind of it. And what followed was Adachi got demoted to a driving tutor. Hamako walks in on them shortly after and tells them to go to Hello Work to find employment. On the way there, Ichiban and gang find a bat stuck on the ground. Try as they may, Namba and Adachi aren't able to take it out. Ichiban tries his hand and, well... A group of thugs walk by soon, and this is the point where Ichiban lets his imagination run wild. Not only seeing fights as an RPG battle, but also seeing enemies in bizarre appearances, and he gets access to his very own hero class for fights. When they make it to Hello Work, they find a bunch of men sulking around jobless. They recognize Adachi, whom apparently arrested them at a certain point in the past, so a fight breaks out. After the fight, the group heads in to apply for a job. Ichiban is surprised to see the guy who gave him the job earlier is now behind the counter. He's the director of Hello Work. He gives them a job at a brothel called Otohime Land and tells them to head there to see if the owner accepts them. The boys arrive at Otohime Land and are waiting for the owner to finish multiple calls in a row. He didn't leave the best impression as he said some horrible things to one of the girls working there on the phone. Namba and Adachi decide they don't want to work here anymore. Ichiban takes a moment to contemplate and then stands up, slowly walking towards the owner. He decides to take the job. Just as he says that to the owner, a crowd of Bleach Japan arrive outside of the establishment. The owner, Nonomiya, talks about how they're bad for business because they drive his employees away, and says he can't resort to the Seiryu clan because Bleach Japan is filled with people who are familiar with anti-Yakuza laws. Namba says regardless of Bleach Japan, the way Nonomiya treats his employees is horrible, so his employees probably don't want to stick around just because of that. Nonomiya lays down some harsh talk about how he only hires women who are in so horrible of a situation they can't afford not to take the job, because according to him, they make the most money. Ichiban asks if he's going to hire them if they drive away Bleach Japan. Adachi and Namba are really not happy with this guy, and they ask again if he really wants to work for him. Ichiban says it's work, they can't afford to turn it down. Nonomiya says he'll take them on board if they do it. Ichiban and gang step out to confront Kume. Kume is preaching out against prostitution and says those establishments should be gone. They have a big talk about what's illegal and what's not. Kume shows a permit that allows him to march with a group. So then Adachi says that means they have to keep moving. Stopping in the middle of a road is a violation. Kume says it doesn't matter much because they have to stop and give speeches. Ichiban points out that that is a gray zone and that he's using a gray zone to fight a gray zone, which is ironic. This shuts Kume up and makes him move along with his group. They head back inside and Nonomiya looks at their resumes and then decides to hire them for something. He wants them to look into the #1 girl of the establishment, a girl named Nanoha. She works here to get money to care for her dad, but she's been taking more days off than usual lately and it's hurting the sales. He wants Ichiban and gang to look into what's going on with her. The gang stops by a cafe that she frequents, and they indeed find her sitting there. Soon after, a man walks in and sits across from her. Adachi comes up with a plan of eavesdropping. He has Ichiban call him, walks in, throws his phone on a pot near them, and that way they get to hear the conversation. They hear something about 2 million and her dad. While making their way to Nanoha as she's leaving, they bump into a bunch of punks, and fighting them meant they lost her. But then they notice the guy she was with, and they follow him instead. He enters a social welfare establishment. They figure Nanoha had been paying that man who's probably an employee here for the well-being of her dad, and that 2 million for that alone is too much. So there's something shady going on. And they're even more sure of the shady nature of what's going on after asking if they could walk in for a tour. They're turned down and are asked to look on their website instead. They head back to Otohime Land and take a look at the website. Sunlight Castle. This retirement home charges absurd amounts for elderly care, in the millions of yens, and there's a premium option called Excellent Course. Nonomiya says it does make sense that she would do that much, because her dad did a lot for her, and means a lot to her as well. He's the only family she has left, though he still thinks it's absurd how much she's paying. Ichiban wonders if he gave them this job because he was just worried about her, and he says he worries for all of his employees. He never knows what's going on with them if they just stop working, and in a situation like that he would be unable to help. That's why he has strict work times. He then tells them to stop the investigation because it's her choice if she pays that much for her dad. Then they tell him that she's probably stressed because of the retirement home. She pays insane amounts and yet she's not allowed to see her dad. They talk about what might be going on with her, about the potential danger she might be in. Nonomiya bows down and begs the three to save Nanoha from whatever she got herself into. Ichiban accepts and says he has an idea. They would get jobs at Sunlight Castle to infiltrate the place and find out what's going on. Nonomiya calls the director of Hello Work to try and work something out. They manage to score jobs and start working there. They talk about the excellent course area and how to get there. Ichiban gets a chance to sneak around for a bit and take a look at the area from afar. A nurse is seen taking in an elderly woman in a wheelchair, and she's terrified looking at the destination for some reason. After the nurse leaves, Ichiban hears the woman screaming. Later at Otohime Land, Ichiban tells the gang what he saw around the excellent area. They figure they might be scamming people. Instead of continuing to care for the elderly, they kill them and hide the body. And without anyone knowing, the deceased's pension and medical insurance money would continue to roll. Adachi shows them a picture he took of two guards. Nonomiya says that those two are Yakuza, part of the Seiryu clan, with them potentially learning that this could be a Yakuza scam, as well as the fact that Nanoha's dad could be killed tomorrow because of a procedure deadline. They decide to break into the excellent area the next day. Before that though, Adachi takes them to a place that would become the main hideout for the gang. Survive Bar. Hey yo, who's that behind the counter? The next day, they carry out a plan to get a card that grants them access to the excellent area. We're shown a scene of a doctor about to execute Nanoha's dad with an injection, and then Ichiban interrupts him. Adachi and Namba rush in after him. A bunch of security guards arrive, so the gang has to take them out. After beating them, Namba interrogates the doctor and finds out that they were injecting old people with potassium chloride. On their way out, they come across the same guy who met Nanoha earlier. Ichiban already knows that they're from the Seiryu clan. The guy introduces himself as Totsuka. They're not gonna let them leave, so another fight happens. Afterwards, Ichiban demands that he lets go of the elderly people. He refuses. So Adachi and Namba try to go in again, but the door had been locked by an emergency lock. Ichiban threatens to tell the chairman of the Seiryu clan about this scheme. Totsuka now sounds concerned. So Ichiban says if he doesn't take him to the chairman himself, he might add even more spices to the story. Totsuka indeed does take them to the clan, but as soon as they go in, they're ambushed by Seiryu clan members. A long fight sequence throughout the building starts.
やべえ、突き当たりは鍵がかかってて行き止まりだ。 こいつで抑えるぞ。
冴えてるじゃねえか。野郎、開けろ。どうすんだ。こっちはもう限界だぞ。
どこか他に逃げ場は。あっくそ。
おい、あいつらいねえぞ。鍵閉まってんのにどうやって先に。さっさと鍵開けろ。追いかけるぞ。早く進め。早く。おい、早くこっち来い。言ったな。
そうみたいだな。ナンバもういいぞ。どっちに行けばいいんだ。うわ、やばい。
会長室には行かせね
え。ナンバー大丈夫か。おわ少し答えてくれよ。
こんなよ。
おい、ナンバー大丈夫か。早く。もうちょっとだ。
あなたさん、このバカ力が。しまった。お前も飛べ。
ナンバーこっちだ。あなじ。よっしゃ、引き上げるぞ。おい、あとちょっとだぞ。
After beating everything that comes their way, they eventually meet the chairman. Ichiban asks if they could talk about an operation Totsuka is running. Chairman Hoshino asks how can he know that they're not here to assassinate him. Ichiban says they can search him and his gang as well. The captain of the Seiryu clan, Takabe, searches Ichiban and finds the bloodied bill from earlier. Hoshino has a slight reaction looking at it. Ichiban explains what he knows about the bill and then they allow him inside. Hoshino explains the history of the Sunlight Castle building. He turned it into a retirement home and assigned Totsuka on it, though he never knew about the business he had on the top floor. Hoshino thanks Ichiban for telling him about everything, but says he doesn't need his opinion. He says misfortune is unavoidable in their line of work, but Ichiban thinks that's absurd and that kind of logic can justify anything. Hoshino tells Totsuka to explain his side of the story, and he says that they're doing families a favor by painlessly killing the elderly, which upsets Ichiban even more. Totsuka proceeds to try and cut his pinky, but Hoshino tells him to put down the knife. He thanks the chairman, but just then, Takabe gives the order for Totsuka to be taken away, never to set foot in the clan again. Hoshino turns to Ichiban and tells him regardless of what just happened, having a civilian just march in and do all of this is a disgrace to the Seiryu clan's reputation, and points a knife at Ichiban. Ichiban is only filled with excitement though, because he admires that Hoshino is an old school kind of Yakuza, whom he thought might have went extinct during his time in prison. Hoshino appreciates that and asks what kind of patriarch Ichiban had. Ichiban briefly mentions how Arakawa saved him when he was a kid, and as he leaves, Hoshino asks for the name of his patriarch, and Ichiban of course does tell him. Though Ichiban does tell him that he changed, but that doesn't change everything he's learned from him. Outside the Seiryu clan HQ, Takabe steps out and asks them to meet him at Sunlight Castle. Once there, Takabe speaks to Nanoha saying they'll close their institution and says that she'll have to find another place. He also returns all the money that she spent. Takabe tells Ichiban that this was an order from Chairman Hoshino, which pleases Ichiban. Ichiban reassures Nanoha saying that now that things have been taken care of, she doesn't have to work at Otohime Land anymore, and that he'll talk to Nonomiya about it himself. He tells her she should just go see her dad. The gang heads back to Otohime Land and they find something they didn't expect to see.
とりあえずは
店長なんでだよ。
When the next chapter begins, we see the gang at the funeral wondering what could have made Nonomiya hang himself, and they talk sympathetically about him, saying that he was more sensitive than he let on. A woman walks in to interrupt their conversation, saying he was anything but. The gang is confused. The woman looks like Nanoha, so they assume that's who she is, but she introduces herself as Sayoko, Nanoha's twin sister. She works as a bartender in a cabaret club that Nonomiya owned. And now with him gone, both that club and Otohime Land are likely going to shut down. She talks a bit about herself. She ran away from home at a young age, so her relationship with Nanoha is a bit complicated. Nanoha kept it a secret from Sayoko that she worked at a soap land to pay for her dad's care, and if she'd known, she would have gladly helped her with the payment. She then says she heard from Nonomiya that Nanoha got wrapped up in some Yakuza scheme, but Ichiban says they already took care of it. And then Sayoko recognizes who they are and thanks them. They talk again about Nonomiya's suicide, and they gather that Sayoko's conversation with him was close to the time of his death. And we get to see a flashback of when Nonomiya called Sayoko to tell her about the scheme, Nanoha's situation, as well as Ichiban and his gang. At some point during the call, someone barges in on him and attacks him. The last thing she hears is someone yelling in Chinese. Sayoko had already went to the police, but the detective interviewing her up and left upon hearing the sentence she heard in Chinese. She heard something along the lines of Lauma, Lauma. Adachi understands everything now. Lauma is a nickname for one of the Lumang bosses. Lauma takes good care of the police's families, arranging weddings, events, and even sends money to their children. So in other words, he has the police in his pocket. They talk about why he could have killed Nonomiya, especially considering this turf isn't his, and that could cause a big problem between the Aegean three. They rule out the possibility of a robbery since when they found him hung, there were bonus payments near him for Ichiban and the others for taking care of Nanoha's situation. Sayoko sits down to talk a bit about Nonomiya and how he gave her somewhere to go after running away from her family. She was never on good terms with Nanoha and her father. Her mother was the one trying to keep the family together, but all of that deteriorated when she passed away. Once Nonomiya took her in, she'd always felt she was alone, but in reality he was looking out for her. She breaks down, feeling very conflicted. Nonomiya isn't someone she wants to cry over. He had moments where he was a scumbag, but at the same time, the police looking the other way isn't right. Ichiban makes a decision with Namba and Adachi. They'll go after Lauma, and he asks Sayoko to join them on their quest. And now they have a new party member. They talk about their next move. Adachi says Lauma is a very cautious person and says it's probably a good idea to ask around Restaurant Row in the Chinese district. Ichiban tries to ask some locals but isn't very successful in getting anything out of them. But not long after, a group of thugs approach them and ask why they're looking into them. A fight breaks out, and after that they try to interrogate them but no one says anything. Ichiban tries to come up with an idea. He thinks of Zhang, the guy who was shaking down the homeless camp. He says he might be willing to talk if they rough him up. They see him passing by, heading into a cabaret club. They try to go in, but they need a referral from either a hostess or an existing member. Sayoko comes up with the idea of applying to the cabaret club so she could get them memberships. So she leaves the party temporarily. Sometime later, Ichiban gets a call from Sayoko telling him that she passed the interview and that they can come over now. Ichiban and his friends are sat at a table with a few hostesses. They make some small talk and then shift the conversation to Zhang, who's apparently in the VIP room with Sayoko. Moments later, Sayoko barges out of that room with Zhang, who tried to get inappropriate with her. Ichiban confronts Zhang, saying he wants info on the Lumang. Zhang says he can't do that because they'll kill him, but Ichiban threatens to expose how they tried to shake down homeless people earlier if he doesn't comply. And of course, they fight. After the fight, Zhang sits down with Ichiban and talks about what happened with Nonomiya. Zhang is just as confused as them about it, says it doesn't make any sense they'd march onto enemy turf. He says he's at the very bottom of the ladder with the Lumang, so he doesn't know much. But he does tell them about one business Lauma has, a trading company. Ichiban says they should try to get employed there. Not only will they have a job again, but they might also learn something new. On their way out, they see a bunch of Lumang keeping an eye on them, so they hurry out of there. there. They say their goodbyes for the day, and then Ichiban approaches Saiko to tell her that she can stay with them if she'd like, and she says she appreciates that. The next day, they all head to Hello Work to apply for the trading company. They talk to the director about what happened with Nonomiya and that they want to find out the truth. The director, as usual, comes through for the gang, but warns them that they need to be careful. We get to see them on the job on their first day. The guys of the group are assigned heavy lifting at the warehouse, while Saiko is on reception duty. At some point, they check out some of the boxes, and Namba notes that there's a lot of money-shaped paper in one of the boxes. Saiko looks into the company later and finds out that they sell high-quality ingredients for really cheap, and doesn't understand how they're making profit. She says that the only explanation is that they're probably committing tax evasion. The gang wakes up to Bleach Japan once again in front of Otohime Land with their stupid speeches. This time, things escalate until they fight. After the fight, nearby nightlife establishments cheer on Ichiban and gang, and preach against Bleach Japan to push them away. Employees walk up to Ichiban and thank him for what he did. What happens next isn't exactly relevant to the story, but I'll mention it real quick. The next thing we see is Ichiban and gang passing by Otohime Land at night and seeing a woman who's calling out to Nonomiya. They tell her about what happened, and she says he was supposed to take over her company. This introduces us to the business management minigame, where the company would end up being called Ichiban Confections. Nick Ogata, whom we met in the beginning, helps Ichiban by investing in the company. Anyway, after this tutorial, they all head on home and get ready to get back to work at the warehouse. A little thing happens where Saiko didn't have enough money to give to a client, so she calls their boss. He goes up to the second floor to grab a suitcase full of money. They connect this with the empty bills they found earlier to conclude that they make most of their deals in cash to make use of fake money. This on its own isn't enough proof of fraud, so they decide to grab one paper bill next time. The next day, we see the plan play out. Saiko sneakily snags a bill from the register, folds it, and then slips it to Ichiban while passing by him. Ichiban unfortunately bumps into Namba carrying a crap ton of boxes and loses the bill. In an attempt to grab it, he's caught by their boss. The jig is up, so they gotta survive against all the employees the boss riled up against them now. After the fight, Ichiban demands the guy give him just that one bill, which confuses him. He calls for backup. A truck comes in driving at Ichiban and crashes at an electricity box. And then the truck leaks oil. With sparks coming out of the box and into the oil, everyone makes a run for it and the warehouse explodes. The last thing we see before the chapter ends is a certain white-haired man looking at the explosion from afar. Ichiban wakes up with the rest of his friends all chained up. Standing in front of them is the man they've been looking for, Lauma, whose real name is Mabuchi. He asks one of his men to record what's about to happen and begins to interrogate Ichiban. He accuses Ichiban of being one of the Seiryu clan, but he denies that. Mabuchi wants to know why he wanted to steal the bill. Ichiban tells him they wanted to expose his fraud scheme to avenge Nonomiya. Lastly, he asks Ichiban whether he truly believes it was him that killed Nonomiya. Of course, Ichiban says he must have. Mabuchi is pleased because he says he proved on video that the Seiryu clan are interfering with the Lumang's affairs, and he's planning to use this as an excuse to declare war on them. He asks to stop the recording and then confirms that he did indeed kill Nonomiya. He orders his underling to send the video to everyone in the Lumang and then leaves. Sometime later, the guy who was their boss at work comes in with a couple of his goons and the white-haired man we've seen earlier. He slashes Ichiban's chest and then moves on to Adachi to stab him. Just before the knife goes through, the white-haired man stops the guy.
いいえ、実はラオマーからちょっと申し付かったことがありまして。
申し付かったって。おい、ラオマーがなんだって？なんで鎖外してんだ？
私にできるのはここまで。あとは自分たちで何とかしてください。
てめえ待て！誰だ？
命の恩人現るってとこか？残念ながら俺の悪運もまだ尽きちゃいねえな。
誰なんだあいつは？
知らねえよ。ま、今度また会えたら飯でもおごっとくわ。
ちょっと何のんきに話してんの。
ごめん、悪い悪い。今助けるからよ。よし、行け一番。
お願い、頑張って。
よし。
Once the guards are taken care of, Ichiban unties his teammates and they take back their possessions and proceed to try and get out of wherever they are. They go through a long series of fights before they're able to get out, and eventually they get out of a manhole, still in Ijincho. Shortly after, Ichiban calls Chairman Hoshino to tell him about what just happened to warn him. Hoshino tells him something else that happened on their end. The Lumang had already made their move and killed a couple of Seiryu Yakuza, and Takabe, armed to the teeth with a large number of his men, is already on his way to their turf for revenge. The gang talk about the current situation, with the balance of the Ijin 3 breaking now that the Lumang are attacking the Seiryu clan. They had a strict agreement up until now to never invade each other. Anyone who violates the rule is sentenced to death, no matter the rank. Though there is no telling how things will play out now that Mabuchi has a fabricated excuse. Nonomiya basically only died for that, and Mabuchi was just waiting for someone to take the bait to do what he did. Ichiban is pissed off and decides to tell Takabe the truth, to try to stop the war. So when he makes sure his group is on board, they head to Restaurant Row. Upon arriving there, he finds Takabe confronting the Lumang. As soon as he gets there, Ichiban tells everything to Takabe. Takabe shows him a video from the warehouse and says Mabuchi said that Ichiban claimed to be a Seiryu spy and interfered with their business. Ichiban of course denies that because it's not true. Mabuchi just wants to start a war. Takabe says he knows all of that. Ichiban asks why he's doing what he did then. Takabe says it's simple. All of that doesn't change the fact that they killed 2 of his men. He doesn't mind responding to the war. Takabe points the gun at Ichiban to get him to stay out of his business. But Ichiban says a cheap shot like that will not only be another pointless death, but it will bring shame to the Seiryu, and he knows that he's better than that. Takabe is pretty annoyed at Ichiban, but he drops the gun and they negotiate with their fists. After the fight, he tells Takabe to just get out of here, but just then, someone steps in. The leader of the Lumang, Zhao. The first thing he talks about is the interrogation video from earlier. Mabuchi had the video edited so that Ichiban confirms that he's part of the Seiryu. Ichiban tells him as much, but then Zhao asks him why he's been following Mabuchi then. Zhao walks over to Takabe and points a gun at his head, demanding an answer. They tell him about what happened with Nonomiya, but Zhao says Mabuchi is too busy to scheme things like that. Ichiban says he's busy because he's scheming, and asks if he's even talked to him since the video came up. Adachi adds that if he doesn't know where Mabuchi is right now, then that kinda proves their point. Zhao fires a bunch of shots around and says he doesn't mind just killing everyone in the room right now. Takabe says to just do it already then, but Ichiban says that they should both cut it out. Zhao asks Ichiban why would Mabuchi even want to start a war? How could that benefit him? Ichiban doesn't know, but Ichiban keeps reiterating that Mabuchi's putting everyone in this situation right now, and they all have to deal with this crap. Zhao proposes something. He wants proof, and he says that he can go to the Komijul, the Korean mafia, for reliable info. If Mabuchi is really trying to start a war and betray Zhao, that means the Lumang will be split. He warns Ichiban that if he tries running away, they'll kill Takabe and come for his loved ones next. Ichiban heads to the Korean district and comes across a certain lady standing there. Ichiban walks up to her, and as he talks to her, she already knows who he is and why he's here, so she tells him to follow her. They head into a deserted looking building, and while Namba, Adachi, and Saiko got distracted by a cockroach, Ichiban loses the woman. They're ambushed by men in black wearing masks, and now a long fight sequence starts to try and find her. Eventually, they make it to a room where they meet the white-haired man from before. He introduces himself as Jungi-han, a strategist for the Komijul. He takes them inside to a room full of monitors. They have cameras all over Ijincho. That's how they run their info business, and why they need so much electricity to run the place. Hence them stealing it from that bar from earlier. Jungi talks about their organization for a bit. Basically, the Komijul isn't as big of a power as the Lumang and the Seiryu clan. They're more like a middleman between those two. They have the advantage of capturing any sparks of conflict between the two before they happen, inform one or the other about them, and take care of it before it escalates. They ask him about Mabuchi. They show them footage of Mabuchi entering Otohime land with his men from the back, which is a decent enough proof. but Jungi-han says they can't hand it over just yet. He wants them to follow him. He takes them to a room where they learn about an operation they're running that allows them to print fake money, but it's much more professional compared to Mabuchi's work. The lady from earlier walks into the room, and Jungi introduces her to everyone. Song-hui, the leader of the Kumijol. She tells them that they have a deal with Zhao to bring them the empty bills that we've seen earlier. But one day, one of Mabuchi's men, a former counterfeiter, noticed them and suggested to him that they counterfeit the money for themselves. Zhao already knows about this but pretends not to. If he orders his men to stop, they would ask him what he's using the bills for, and he doesn't want to risk having his deal with Song-hui come to light. Song-hui walks up to Ichiban with a gun and asks him why he has one of their bills with him. He says the truth, he has no idea, and she believes him. Just then, she walks over to Namba and says he's hiding something. He showed up in Ijincho about 6 months ago and had been caught watching the Kumijol hideout for a while. He reveals that he's looking for his brother, Shoichi Namba, a journalist. He disappeared after looking into the Kumijol's counterfeit operation, and Namba was told about this by his brother before he disappeared. He never found a lead until Ichiban showed up with the bill he had. That was the main reason he tagged along with him all along. He was planning to disappear eventually without even telling his friends, and apologizes for not telling them anything. He asks Song-hui whether or not they killed his brother. He wants to know that much at least. And he also begs her to let his friends go since he's the one they want. She tases him and has some of her men take him away. Ichiban stops them. He doesn't want them to harm him. Song-hui said he lied to his group and used them. Ichiban says he would be dead if it wasn't for him, and that it's not selfish for him to try to look for his brother. Jungi lifts his guns and Ichiban quickly gets a hold of him. Song-hui also pulls her gun but Adachi disarms her. The group now fights Jungi while Song-hui calls for backup. With Jungi down, they take Namba with them on the way out and face more Kumijol members. At some point, Ichiban tells Namba to run off while they hold the line. After all fights are out of the way, Song-hui is understandably pissed, because if word about their money scheme gets out, they're done for, and it'll endanger the Ijin 3. They still intend to look for Namba and then kill him. Ichiban tries to negotiate with her, but she says it's not just her call, and asks him to meet her at a building called the Heian Tower later. Ichiban goes to the homeless camp to look for clues on Namba's situation, and they find a laptop in there. In the laptop, they find an article about fake money, and there's a politician named Ogikubo mentioned, who has control over Ijincho. The money scheme apparently dates back to about 50 years ago, and Ogikubo might be connected to it and therefore to the Kumijol. That's all they find here, so they head to the Heian Tower next. Jungi meets them there and he escorts them to a table that has 3 people on it: Song-hui, Chairman Hoshino, and Zhao. What comes next is a very long conversation. Ichiban is frustrated because the leaders seem to be on good terms while their underlings are fighting and dying. Chairman Hoshino says it's too late to stop it now. He goes into a long history retelling to explain current circumstances. Each of the Ijin 3 have a history with Ogikubo, the politician mentioned in the article from Namba's laptop. Long story short, Ogikubo united the Ijin 3 and had them all work with him on the counterfeit operation. In exchange, anytime the police were an issue, he'd take care of it to steer away trouble from them, and everyone gets to make money. Ogikubo got to rise to the top of the political food chain this way. They shift the topic to Namba, and Zhao says that him snooping where he shouldn't wasn't very appreciated. Chairman Hoshino says every one of Ichiban's group, including himself, would be dead, but because he has an idea about the truth behind the bloodied bill of Ichiban's, he's willing to let them go if he just brings Namba to him. Ichiban isn't willing to hand him over. Zhao reminds Ichiban that if Namba leaks info about the operation, the Ijin 3 will collapse. He also says that he owes his life to the Ijin 3 because the only reason the Omi didn't find him and finish him off when he got shot is because groups like the Omi can't come into Ijincho, and that's only possible because of the Ijin 3. They control the area after all. Hoshino says that Namba already has assassins on his trail, Lumang assassins, so they ask Ichiban what he'll do. The plan is to, of course, find Namba and get to him first. Jungi says the most likely location to find him is with Bleach Japan, so Ichiban and friends head to their office. Outside the office, we come across a Kumijol member who left them to work for Bleach Japan, and Ichiban has to fight him to get through. In the office, they find Kume, Namba, and a new face, the director of Bleach Japan, Ogasawara. Namba had already leaked the counterfeiting info to them. Ichiban tells them that there are assassins coming after Namba and that they need to run. Before taking off, Ogasawara calls in Mabuchi to fight Ichiban. After the fight, Ichiban interrogates Mabuchi and finds out that he was hired to cause a spark in the Ijin 3 by Ogasawara. Bleach Japan is backed by the Omi Alliance, and Mabuchi intends to make way for them to march into Ijincho. Namba steps out and says that Ogasawara is gone, and says that he'll try to find his brother with the help of the Omi. Ichiban tells him to lay low because of the assassins coming after him. As Namba picks up Mabuchi and leaves, Adachi reminds him that Mabuchi and Ogasawara killed Nonomiya in cold blood, and yet he's still teaming up with them. He says he realizes what he's doing, but he wants to find his brother. Ichiban and friends decide to look around the office before they leave, and Ichiban comes across a picture that bothers him. Ogasawara is shaking hands with a person, and he recognizes that person. Adachi tells him that the other person is Ryo Aoki, the current Tokyo governor. He started Bleach Japan with Ogasawara. Ichiban is still confused. He says that he's supposed to be dead. That's Masato Arakawa. We get to see Ryo Aoki in his office speaking to his secretary about his schedule. He gets a phone call and tells her to call it a day. The caller is Ogasawara. He's calling to ask for Omi backup, and Aoki says he's willing to send as many as he needs. Back at Survive Bar, they look up information on Ryo Aoki. Saiko thinks some things like the same date of birth as Masato Arakawa are a coincidence, but Adachi says things like him gaining sudden political gain is kind of suspicious. He talks about the Tojo being driven out as part of the Kamurocho 3K plan, which Aoki was responsible for. Not only that, the Tojo inside info was leaked to the police by Masumi Arakawa, so perhaps the two worked together on it. Ichiban sees a picture while Saiko is searching for info on her phone. Aoki is seen walking with the police commissioner, Horinouchi. So they talk about Masato's disability. They theorize maybe he got treatment outside. They call it a day and decide to get some sleep. The next day, Hamako calls Ichiban saying a bunch of Yakuza showed up at her place and that Ichiban should stay away. But he heads there to see what's going on. Totsuka, who was with the Seiryu clan, is there demanding Ichiban's location out of Hamako and eventually punches her. Before things get worse, Ichiban makes it just in time and stops them. Totsuka is now on Bleach Japan's payroll. They're all pissed because they now know about the counterfeit operation. A fight eventually happens, and after that, Ichiban forces Totsuka to say he won't show himself around here again. He gets a call right after that from Zhao telling him about the Omi and Mabuchi working together, and that there is a horde of Bleach Japan disguised Yakuza around the Kumijo HQ at the moment. He asks Ichiban to head there to try and do something about it. Zhao himself can't do much because the Lumang are in a coup, and Mabuchi has control of a good chunk of them now. Zhao says if he helps them out, he'll do what he can to make sure they forget about Namba. They come across Kume and a bunch of guys with him on the way. The gang tells Kume that the guys with him are Yakuza, which is more evident by their Kansai region accent, which is where the Omi alliance comes from. After a fight, they reaffirm that, saying that's a gray zone, which shuts him up. And then they take some of the protest signs to try to blend in near the Kumijo HQ. When they make it there, there is indeed a large amount of protesters with a wrecking ball to try to demolish the place. The gang gets called out by a group headed by a guy that was with Kume just now, and so another fight happens. Right after the fight, the wrecking ball aims for Saiko, and Ichiban sprints to try and get her out of the way. The man controlling the vehicle is an Omi officer, and his name is Reiji Ishioda. He was present at the officer meeting back in Kamurocho. He recognizes Ichiban, and of course, another fight happens. After managing to successfully flee the scene, they briefly talk about the Omi officers. There's 3 of them: Ishioda, whom we've just seen, then Sawashiro, and finally Tendo. And apparently Tendo is Arakawa's favorite. Jungi contacts Ichiban and tells him to go to a particular spot nearby. Once there, the restaurant owner takes him to a door in the back. This door leads to the Kumijo's underground residential district, which is a secret they've guarded with their lives. Jungi meets Ichiban down there and takes them through a secret passage to the Kumijo. When they get there, they see Songhui in the middle of a call with Ogikubo, the politician mentioned earlier. He ordered her to burn any evidence of the counterfeiting operation. Ichiban is shocked that she would get rid of everything like that, but she says they owe him everything. He gave them a home after all. Songhui bows down and begs the group to help them to stall for time. That's all they need. Seeing her make a request so earnestly, the group gladly accepts. Soon, Ogasawara, Namba, Ishioda, and a horde of Bleach Japan walk in. Ishioda is a little suspicious of Ichiban still being alive, since Arakawa and his underlings were the ones who disposed of him. Namba notices that they're burning down the place and demands that Ichiban moves aside, but Ichiban says they're not going anywhere. They promised Songhui they'd hold the line, and of course, a fight happens.
ここで仮装にしてるわ
After the fight, Songhui squashes Ishioda's jewels, and Jungi prevents Ogasawara from escaping. Namba looks at the counterfeit machine in fire and is frustrated. He saw this as a betrayal from Ichiban. But just then, Songhui comes in to tell Namba that his brother is alive and well. He was close to discovering the truth about the counterfeit operation, and that wasn't good for them. But instead of killing him, they decided to make use of his skill. They have him over at their residential district, and they couldn't just tell the group earlier because it would have been risky, since the residential district is a secret that they've been guarding. Songhui reminds Namba that he should be thankful for his friends. This was only possible because of them. Ichiban helps him up and they leave. Next thing we see, the group is at the homeless park along with Jungi, Songhui, and Ogasawara. It's interrogation time. Jungi and Songhui are pretty pissed that they had to burn down their home because of Ogasawara and the Omi, so they threaten to peel off his fingernails and more if he doesn't talk. They ask him how he's connected to the Omi and how he's controlling them. He says it's Aoki who controls them. They confirm with him that Aoki indeed used to be Masato Arakawa. Ogasawara then explains his history with Aoki. He met him in the US when they were both studying there. He was already called Ryo Aoki by the time he went there. Ogasawara admired him because he seemed so successful. Aoki desired power, which is what led him to want to become governor, and Ogasawara worked with him. Forming Bleach Japan made them look good in front of the public, since they're all about wanting to get rid of criminal activity and corruption. Ogasawara offers to put in a good word for Ichiban to get back into the Arakawa family again, and tells him to just leave behind everything here in this city. Ichiban refuses, saying this isn't about him, it's about justice being served for Nonomiya. Anyway, Aoki got very popular because of Bleach Japan and making appearances on talk shows. Ogasawara says that at some point, Aoki left Bleach Japan, but only on paper, and then ran for governor. He had a lot of power backing him. The Arakawa family dug secrets on his enemies, so it was difficult for him to lose. It was only 6 months after the election he managed to kick the Tojo clan out of Kamurocho, which made people love him even more. People didn't bat much of an eye to the Omi because of their quiet arrival, and they kept crime rates low. The police didn't do anything about the Omi because on top of being paid off, the Tojo's departure meant non-Yakuza gangs and crimes were happening, and the Omi could keep that under control. Aoki is now making moves on Ijincho only to try to bring down Ogikubo, since he's the only politician who hasn't bowed down to him yet. If he makes that happen, then Aoki will have nothing standing in his way. Ichiban asks about who it was that gave the order to kill Nonomiya. That was Mabachi's plan, and Aoki was the one who approved of it. Their plan allowed them to gain dirt on Ogikubo, the counterfeit operation, and it was unfortunately thanks to Namba that they knew about it. As Ichiban and Songhui talk about their next move, they're interrupted by a homeless man warning about a bunch of Yakuza coming in, and there they are, disguised as Bleach Japan. They throw in the chief of the homeless and get into a fight with the gang. After driving them off, they realize Ogasawara is gone. Ichiban proceeds to apologize to the chief, and then Songhui gets a call from Chairman Hoshino. There has been infighting in the Seiryu clan, but it's being taken care of by Takabe. And another thing, there's trouble at the Lumang. They're unable to contact Zhao. Ichiban decides to save him and asks Songhui if she'll lend her support too. Zhao told Ichiban to save the Kumijol earlier, so it's only fair that she chimes in now to help him, and she accepts. Namba walks in and confirms that he saw his brother safe and sound, and that he's been set free. He tries to persuade Ichiban to just leave everything and move on, saying that if he helps the Agent 3, he'll just be used like he used him. Ichiban says he doesn't see it that way. He did what he had to help his brother. Namba feels guilty and says again that nothing good will come out of staying here. Ichiban says he has a personal stake in this now, as he grew up with Ryo Aoki. Namba leaves for now, and Ichiban tells him that he'll be there if he needs him. Right as Songhui says she's ready to go, Jungi says that she has to look after the people of the Kumijol.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Damn it, Jungi, you took everything from us! Songhui says in that case, she'll lend Jungi to us, and now he's with us in the party. At Chinatown, the party gets ambushed by the Lumang. They assume that if they're doing this, Zhao must be in trouble. Zhang steps forward and says that there's a price on each person in the party, 100 million yen each, before proceeding to fight you. After the fight, Ichiban gets him to spill the beans, and he says that Zhao is being held prisoner by Mabuchi, and that Mabuchi wants him to give up everything he has. The party head further inside and into Restaurant Row, the headquarters of the Lumang. They're greeted by one of their members, who calls a bunch of thugs to throw at Ichiban. We get a long sequence of fights, in which the party takes on a tiger as well. When they make it to the top, they enter a room with Mabuchi as well as Omi members behind him. Ichiban asks about the whereabouts of Zhao, and Mabuchi says that Zhao is somewhere in this building, and then he gets ready to fight Ichiban to prove that he'll be a worthwhile ally to the Omi alliance. After Ichiban beats Mabuchi, Tendo takes his leave, saying Ichiban is not worth his time, but he'll keep an eye on him. Ishioda gets up to continue fighting Ichiban. He and his friends are tired but still ready to fight. And just then, Namba walks in.
だから無茶しすぎなんだよお前は。もうお前らと一緒に面倒に巻き込まれるのはごめんだと思ったけどよ。すっきりするどころかどうにも気になっちまってよ。
ナンバー
だからその手伝わせてくれよ。
ナンバーナンバーくそ全然かっこよくねえぞこの野郎。どこ行ってたんだよちくしょうなんやおったんか悪い。また裏切んのか。
さすが嫌なとこズバッとついてくるぜ本職のヤクザは。でもこれは裏切りなんかじゃねえ。俺はもう迷わねえ。はあ、悪いなみんな。今日は俺の日だ。
たくまとめてやってるわ。
With Ishioda down, Ichiban and Namba try to set things straight between themselves again. Namba asks if he'd still accept him back into the party, and Ichiban gladly says he will, and so do the rest of the party. Ichiban turns to Jungi and says maybe he should apologize for locking up his brother, but Namba says there's no need for that. His brother found the love of his life during his time in the Kumijil residence, and Jungi adds that they've always treated him like an honored guest. And then Ichiban remembers Zhao, and he shows up right at the door. He got beat pretty hard, but someone saved him. He asks Ichiban to follow him, alone. And look at that, it's Mitsu, Ichiban's friend from the Arakawa family. He's currently with the Omi Arakawa family. He helped Zhao of his own volition without the Omi knowing. He says that Arakawa will soon make a big move and will need a lot of strong allies. He says that he's unable to say any more right now and that he'll be in touch, and then leaves. Outside, Ichiban speaks with Zhao about everything that's going on. Zhao is considering stepping down from his position as the leader of the Lumang. He says he's never really been much of a leader. He's thinking of having Song Hui take the reins. He knows that not everyone will be on board, but thinks that it's a necessary step. Ichiban thinks back to the moment where Chairman Hoshino said he has an idea about the truth of the bloodied bill that was in Ichiban's pocket, so he decides to pay him a visit. They briefly talk about Song Hui taking the leash of the Lumang. Hoshino tells Ichiban that Aoki already spread rumors about Ogikubo. He wants to take Ogikubo's position of party chair, which essentially allows him to nominate anyone he wants, and therefore he'll be able to control Japan. Hoshino thinks he'll try to dissolve the parliament. The next scene shows us that's exactly what he's trying to discuss with the Prime Minister. He's trying to push Ogikubo away and take his spot. He blackmails the Prime Minister with the truth about Ogikubo's counterfeiting scheme. Hoshino says that Aoki has control of Mabuchi and the Omi Alliance. He has a great deal of power at his disposal. And then he shifts the topic to Ichiban. He believes that it's not a coincidence that he ended up in Ijincho. He asks about the fake bill he had and says that there's only one person who could have put that in his pocket: Masumi Arakawa. He believes that the bill was Arakawa's way of introducing Ichiban to him, and that his goals don't align with Aoki. Ichiban asks how he knows Arakawa. Hoshino says to meet in a particular spot tomorrow because that's where he first met Arakawa, the Heian Tower, and they'll have Peking duck for lunch since it was special to Arakawa. The next day, at the hideout, Namba talks to Ichiban about the chief of the homeless camp. He was the one who told Namba to treat Ichiban's gunshot wound. They would have no reason to care about a body, much less a Yakuza's, since that could invite trouble. So he says maybe the chief has an idea about what's going on. Ichiban meets with the chief and asks him what he knows. This particular homeless camp has had a tradition for generations. They're paid from time to time to dispose of bodies, and their patron is Arakawa. There's a rule where if someone is brought alive, they have to give them medical support and then let them roam free. He says that this might actually be a service that the Arakawa family provides to people that are on the run and want to disappear. Ichiban thinks back to the moment Arakawa shot him, and then he remembers something new. Apparently, Arakawa said, "I'm counting on you, Ichi," sometime after he shot him. Namba reminds him that when he arrived here, he really was about to die. He's only alive because the treatment went as wanted. He understands that he wants to trust Arakawa, but it's kind of an absurd plan if it was on purpose. It's about time Ichiban heads to Heian Tower, so he goes there next. When sat at the table, Ichiban asks him once again how he knows of Arakawa. Hoshino goes into the history of the counterfeit bills. They started being produced shortly after the war, and only a select few knew about them, like the Seiryu clan and the Lumang leaders. Outside of those, there was a circle of smugglers who were also in on it, and one of them was Toshio Arakawa, Masumi's father. He told the Seiryu clan one day that he lost a suitcase of 100 million fake yens, and that was inexcusable, so they had to kill him to make an example out of him. At the time, Chairman Hoshino was next in line for the Seiryu leadership, and he was assigned the task of assassinating Toshio. He murdered him right in this room, and he had no idea at the time that he came to this restaurant with his son. By the time he found out, it was too late. And to make his guilt even worse, he found out that the 100 million was lost because they were stolen by his wife and her lover. With a life like that, Arakawa had no choice but to join the Yakuza. Hoshino talks about him joining the Hikawa family, whom Arakawa talked about in the beginning. They were the kind of family who were skilled at assassinating, despite being low-ranked. Arakawa was really good at his job, going as far as to dispose of bodies here in Yokohama, far away from Kamurocho. Though there was a reason that he came all the way to Yokohama. That gave him an excuse to look for the person who killed his father. 7 years after the murder, Hoshino got a letter inviting him to the same restaurant. It was signed by none other than Masumi Arakawa. Hoshino knew that running is futile and came alone, fully prepared to die and give Arakawa the justice he deserved, especially with the guilt he'd been dealing with for years. Hoshino told Arakawa everything, the reason he killed his father, and about the counterfeit pills as well. When Hoshino finished talking, Arakawa simply got up and was about to walk away, saying if only he hadn't accepted the invitation, he could have just shot him in the back and would have been done with it. In 1984, when Arakawa already had his own family, Hoshino sent him a gift. A suitcase of 100 million fake yens. It's an interesting gift because it's basically leverage for Arakawa over Hoshino the moment he feels like he wants to bring him down. They go back to the bill Ichiban has, and Hoshino says it's proof that Arakawa truly values him and didn't want him to die. Ichiban's faith in Arakawa is slowly starting to be restored. The next chapter begins with the announcement that Ryo Aoki will be officially taking over Ogikubo's position. Aoki visits Ogikubo in the hospital with Sawashiro behind him. Aoki gloats about taking over his position, and Ogikubo thinks Aoki doesn't have what it takes and says at least his methods are saving people who have nowhere to go, like the Lumang and the Kumijul. Aoki thinks that people like that are trash and wants to drive them out. He continues to make fun of Ogikubo and then leaves. Back in Survive Bar, Zhao walks in saying he has nowhere to go, so he'll join up with the party. Jungi tells the gang that the Kumijul surveillance system is currently being fixed. Zhao says Bleach Japan's reputation is even better now after what happened with the Kumijul. Jungi adds that Ogasawara is dead and they're blaming the Kumijul for it, saying he died in the arson, so they see him as a hero that died for his cause. In reality, they killed him because he spoke too much. Jungi says that they should probably make arrangements to live elsewhere, but Ichiban says he can't just yet because he's waiting for Mitsu to contact him about Arakawa's next move. Jungi asks him why he cares about Arakawa. Ichiban believes that he only shot him so he could live. Zhao says that's still kinda messed up. Adachi says that they should just gear up for now while they can. While roaming, Ichiban gets a call from Hamako saying she needs a favor. When Ichiban gets there, she tells him that she's closing up her property and wants help with moving boxes. The women she was sheltering will now move to a building that's part of a project called Ijincho Revitalization Shelter, set up by Bleach Japan. Other working women can also go there to get citizenships, job training, and so on. They gave Hamako a job there as well as the dorm caretaker. The shelter was Ryo Aoki's idea, so they're actually doing something good for once. She's beginning to warm up to Bleach Japan, but the gang says he'll probably drop all the nice stuff once the elections are over. She's not convinced and tells the gang that they're being too harsh on Aoki. Apparently, Aoki is in town attending Ogasawara's funeral, so they head there next. Aoki is indeed there giving a speech at the funeral, where he announces that he'll pass Ogasawara's goals onto Kume in the elections by backing him. He tears up while giving the speech, which makes people only like Aoki even more, and makes them think that he cares. Aoki steps out soon and Ichiban tries to get a hold of him. Yelling at him doesn't do anything since he's already surrounded by a crowd, but Ichiban comes up with the idea of heading straight for his ride. Sayako says celebrities tend to park underground to avoid attention, so they aim for the underground parking lot next. They spot Aoki with a bunch of his guards. They try to walk up to him, but they're stopped by his guards who end up fighting them. After the fight, Aoki steps out of the van and reprimands the guards for attacking citizens. He has this nice governor act until he closes in on Ichiban, telling him to meet tonight at Otohime Land, alone, and then apologizes again before leaving. The group talk about what Aoki said and they're not happy about Ichiban going there alone, saying it's a trap. But he insists, saying maybe Aoki will still have a shred of honor and show up alone. Ichiban heads there at night and Aoki does show up. Aoki knows Ichiban has a lot of questions. He confirms that he got treated in America for one. He changed his identity because he despised his father, despised being the son of a Yakuza on top of everyone knowing about his disability. He confirms that he did kill Ogasawara since he did say too much. And we basically learned that Masato has no problem at all killing people at the smallest hint of inconvenience. or endangerment to his position. He also reveals that Ichiban went to prison not in Sawashiro's stead, but in his place. We get to see a flashback where after the cabaret visit, Masato leaves on his own to go back to his wheelchair, but on the way back, the drug's effect was wearing off. He loses consciousness near the wheelchair and is then awoken by a Yakuza, saying he should stay out of their property. Unfortunately, this turns into a scuffle, one where one of them dies.
本物なら撃ってみろよ。ほら、どうした？ほら、さっさと引き金引いてみろってんだよ。撃てねえよな。見せかけの偽物じゃな。二度とでけえ面すんじゃねえぞ。半端もんのくせ。てめえ、いい加減に。
さあしろ。俺やっちまった。殺しちまった。
In other words, Arakawa sent Ichiban to prison in place of his son. Masato asks Ichiban if he still trusts Arakawa after not only that, but also being shot by him. Ichiban is still trying to process what Masato had told him, but he says he still trusts Arakawa. Aoki warns Ichiban to not come close to him or his father ever again. But of course, Ichiban does not comply. He wants Aoki to stop his operations in Ijincho and take Kume out of the election as well, because he's incompetent. Aoki says that's the point. Kume losing will make him look good in the political world. In other words, Kume is a tool to him. Ichiban asks about the revitalization shelter project from earlier, and Aoki says that's a plan he's using to round up illegal immigrants and then deport them, the opposite of what the project claims to be. Ichiban's heard enough and asks if he accepts his terms. Aoki says that this was never a negotiation in the first place and leaves. As Ichiban tries to follow him, he comes face to face with Sawashiro and a bunch of Omi Yakuza with him. Aoki didn't come alone after all. With nowhere to go, Namba shows up and pulls Ichiban to the back exit. Ichiban told them that he was going alone, but being the good friends they are, they stayed behind for him in case things went south. And they did. They come across Sawashiro and a group of his men. He throws them at the gang and leaves. Once they take down all of them, Hamako comes running and seems distressed. She came from the shelter and says that the girls she was looking after all disappeared and has no idea what happened. Ichiban reluctantly tells her the truth. They're not in Japan anymore. Aoki had them all deported as he planned. She breaks down crying and they do what they can to comfort her. With the situation in Ijincho becoming more dire, Namba says maybe they should consider what Jungi said and try to leave the city. But everyone doesn't really have anywhere else to go, and Saiko doesn't want to leave her sister and her father behind. Ichiban decides that they'll continue to stay in Ijincho and face whatever comes their way head on. The Ijin 3 leaders with Ichiban discuss the next move. Kume is apparently running for Ijincho representative and he has Aoki's backing, so he'll probably win to advance his plans. Ichiban is upset and says it's time they do something after taking multiple losses. He says they have to bring down Aoki's reputation by making Kume lose somehow. Killing him is not an option since they'll just replace him. He says they should find another candidate to run and compete with Kume. Hoshino says he'll try to find a candidate, but he'll need money to fund the campaign. He'll do what he can to help, but he needs 3 million yen from Ichiban. After getting the 3 million, Ichiban gets a call from Mitsu. We don't get to hear most of the contents until Ichiban tells his friends about it. Remember before when Mitsu said Arakawa's making a big move and he'll need allies? That time is soon, and Ichiban asks his friends for help. They ask him about the election, and he says Chairman Hoshino will have that covered once he hands him the 3 million yen. He says his friends don't need to get involved if they don't want to, but he's going to Sotenbori either way. Ichiban goes to Hoshino and puts down the money. Hoshino says he didn't find anyone yet, but he'll continue to do what he can. Ichiban tells him he's planning to go to Sotenbori because Arakawa will need his help soon. Hoshino says that matches with what he heard lately, and brings up the Omi Alliance captain Masaru Watase getting out of prison soon, and that might be linked to why Arakawa needs him. Hoshino sincerely hopes that Arakawa won't just shoot him again. Ichiban says he'll just have to trust him for the time being. And Hoshino smiles, saying he wishes he had more men like him. Next thing we're shown is Aoki at his office along with Sawashiro. They're discussing Arakawa's arrival in Sotembori to welcome Watase after leaving prison. Aoki is only just hearing about this and is unhappy about it, but Sawashiro says he as well only just found out. The current Omi chairman is bedridden, and it's likely that Watase will be the next chairman. Aoki thinks that Arakawa might try to kill Watase to secure the next chairman seat, which he wouldn't mind because it would work in his favor, but Sawashiro isn't so sure about that. Aoki is suspicious because Arakawa hadn't told him anything about what he'll do in the meeting soon, so he orders Sawashiro to monitor Arakawa closely. We see Tendo arriving in Sotembori, briefly talking about Watase leaving prison to one of the locals. And then we see Ichiban and friends chilling at Cabaret Grand. Everyone is enjoying their time, but Ichiban is restless, waiting to get a call from Mitsu. He walks off by himself and then Namba catches up to him. He says he overheard people talking about a possible war breaking out between Arakawa and Watase. With how impatient Ichiban is getting, he decides to head to the Omi Alliance ahead of Mitsu's call. When he's around there, he gets a call from Mitsu, and he's not happy that Ichiban is there before they planned anything, but he says he's not backing out now. Apparently Arakawa is in a room that they call the Dragon Chamber, which is deep into the building. The gang comes up with a plan by taking some of the food boxes from one of the trucks nearby to disguise themselves as part of the catering company going in and out. Ichiban and gang successfully sneak through the building and into said room, but then they're stopped by a bunch of Omi members and are forced to fight. With the guards knocked out, they hide the bodies before deciding to leave for now before things get worse. Just as they're leaving, they're interrupted by a particular legendary duo.
くせ者出会い出会いちゅうとこかおっとまずいとこ見られちまったようだよう来たの俺は退屈すぎて危うく死ぬとこやったんやおかげでやっと出番ちゅうわけや
やるぞ春日仲間を呼ばれる前にこいつらも片付けねえと仲間を呼ぶかそれやったら安心せえ俺らにはそないなみっともない真似はできん
そいつはいいね助かるよみんなあんたらみたいだといいんだけどな
この貫禄幹部クラスかな
なかなか人を見る目あるやないか
おい一番なんかこいつら普通と違うぞ
分かってる
さすがは近江連合の総本山って感じ
ようやくその実感がありますねよ眼帯のノリの良さげなあんたなんや昔登場界に固めの狂犬ってのがいたんだけどよまさかあんたじゃねえよなさあどうなんかのもしあんたがそうだとしたらそれがなんで近江の本部にいるんだろうな聞きたいことがあるんやったら力ずくで聞いてみいや
そないなこと言うて体なまっとるんとちゃうか真島の兄弟
アホ抜かせ兄弟何年この日を楽しみにしてきたと思うとんねん久しぶりの喧嘩やさっきから体がうずいてしゃあないわ行くで真島五郎かきや
I apologize for like 4 minutes straight of just footage without commentary, but man, that part is so hype. I had to show at least most of that cutscene. After their toughest fight yet, just as they were about to go for round 2, a certain someone interrupts them, Masumi Arakawa himself, finally coming face to face with Ichiban without a gun pointed at him after almost 2 decades. Stepping next to him is the 6th chairman of the Tojo clan. Adachi and Namba step in to shield Ichiban and glare at Arakawa, saying he'd better not be planning to shoot Ichiban again. Arakawa reassures them that he won't, and then asks them to follow him. He'd like to talk about a lot of things with them. My god, look at how precious Ichiban's friends are. I love these guys. They're taken to a room where everyone takes a seat to talk about what's going on. Majima, Saejima, and Daigo have been laying low for a while now, and the only ones who know that they're here is everyone in this same room. Arakawa leaked the Tojo clan's inside info with Daigo's approval, and what followed later is Arakawa having to shoot Ichiban, which Daigo understands wasn't easy to come to terms with for the both of them. Everything started when Ryo Aoki became governor. Aoki's 3K plan started with him ordering Arakawa to sell the Tojo out, but he refused initially, and that made Aoki threaten to have him arrested under the anti-Yakuza laws, and eventually have his family crumble. While trying to think of a solution, Sawashiro suggested something. He said they should just do what Aoki asks as long as it keeps the family floating, which made Arakawa think that Sawashiro seems more lenient on Aoki than he is to his own son. Arakawa still wasn't on board, but he relayed everything to Daigo. Arakawa said it was better for him to do it rather than risk Aoki whisper into the ears of another family who will genuinely betray the Tojo. In other words, the 3K plan only worked because the Tojo wanted it to. Daigo says the golden age of the Yakuza is crumbling because they're at a point of time where they can easily be made slaves of the government, all thanks to the recent anti-Yakuza laws. And Ryo Aoki himself is making use of this to control the entirety of the Omi alliance. Watase himself went to prison because he tried to fight back against being controlled. So he and Daigo discussed dissolving the Tojo and the Omi clans, which they plan to announce tomorrow when Watase arrives back in the Omi headquarters. It wasn't an easy decision to come to terms with, and they fully realize it will cause absolute chaos. And that's what Arakawa needs as many allies as possible for. At the moment, half of the Omi officers are down in Kamurocho, so it's probably the best time to make the announcement. The next morning, Ichiban catches up with Mitsu and tells him about how the meeting went down. Mitsu reminds him that he'll need allies that are committed, and his friends say they'll gladly help out. Once ready, Mitsu takes them to the Omi HQ and shows them to the room where Watase will be making the announcement. Tendo takes notice of Ichiban and his party and wonders what they're doing here. Arakawa steps in to say that he's here to see Watase's return, and says that they won't be causing any trouble. Tendo is still suspicious and says he'll be keeping an eye on them. Before walking away from him, Ichiban says that what they did in Ijincho is about to happen to them. Namba stops and remembers something about Tendo. He used to be a star boxer back in the day, and apparently he beat match fixers to death when things didn't go his way. Watase makes his announcement, and as the Omi officers get riled up, Ichiban, his friends, and the Tojo officers step up as a line of defense. Daigo steps in to complete the announcement, which pisses off the Omi officers even more because he's an outsider. Watase concludes the announcement by saying he knows no one is happy about the decision, but if they have any objections, then they'd have to stop him by force. Tendo steps in and says he understands what's going on, and says he'll pick the side that'll give him the most value for his fists. And just like that, he joins our side, and everyone starts taking down all of the Omi officers in the room.
ここで俺の都政も終わりだな。でもそれを一世一代の大喧嘩で締めくくれるわけだ。伝説の極道たちと一緒によ。くそー、血がたぎるってもんじゃねえか。行くぜ。
After a while of brawling, one of the Omi officers picks up a knife and charges at Watase. And as he's charging at him, a certain someone stops him.
やべ。Watase! Nanda? やっぱり生きとったか。帰ってきよったな、堂島の竜が。あんたが見つけたのか、あの人。あの人？何を言うとるんや。そいつは臨時雇いのただの用心棒や。名前も知らんで。こっちは任せろ。お前ら前だけ見てりゃいい。後ろは俺が死んでも守る。誰だか死ねえが美味しいとこ持っていけやがる。よっしゃ、おかわりと行こうか。まだまだ食い足りねえぞ、こら。これで終わりです。ほら、おっしゃ、行くぞ。とどめだ。ほら。
Okay, we've went on for so long telling the story of the game without pauses to talk about controversial story points. But that's only because, as far as I've seen, the game really doesn't have that many outside of Ichiban being the new protagonist and the genre shift. That being said, this might as well mark the first mixed bag outside of those. And this is the definition of a mixed bag. Kiryu's return is interesting to say the least. On one hand, it hyped people up to unbelievable levels, seeing him in the same room again with someone like Saejima and Majima, and now he's here to save the day as well. On the other hand, he's supposed to lay low after the events of 6 given his contract with the politician, and yet here he is in broad daylight in a room full of executive level Yakuza. And let's be real, the chances of word being spread of him being alive is pretty high in this situation, considering most of the executives in this room are enemies. In other words, someone could just threaten to do something to his orphanage and that will drag him out again. Kinda counterproductive to his plan if you ask me. I think the majority don't mind Saejima and Majima as much since their situation is vastly different from Kiryu's, who again is supposed to not exist, and on top of that, Saejima and Majima are still with the Tojo clan even after the events of 6. So it does make sense for them to be here. But anyway, getting back to the story, with one of the biggest fights taken care of, Ichiban falls to the ground, completely spent. Arakawa sits by him and says he owes him a lot for what he's done. Ichiban says that it's his friends that deserve the credit. Arakawa says he's just glad that he has such good friends, and that he managed to survive everything, which has Ichiban tear up. Ichiban returns to Ijincho. He's in a call with Nick, and it seems like he was the one who was helping Daigo, Majima, and Saejima lay low. He didn't expect that Ichiban would be roped up in a situation where he would end up helping them. Ichiban says he's meeting Arakawa tonight and says he would be happy to sit down with Nick someday and tell him all about him. At Hamakita Park, Arakawa apologizes for bailing on what they had planned today, because apparently Chairman Hoshino invited him to Heian Tower for Peking duck. They talk about the Omi and the Tojo dissolution. Arakawa says that Masato is probably fuming now that he doesn't have the Omi's support. He's always been lenient on him since he was the type to throw temper tantrums when he doesn't get what he wants. But he says that it was about time to teach him a lesson. The Tojo officers, along with Arakawa, are now trying to come up with a plan to care for all the former Yakuza who have nowhere else to go. Arakawa feels at peace now, like a businessman retiring. Ichiban asks him if that's the case, can he still follow him around and consider himself part of his family? Arakawa says that after everything he's done to him, he should hate him. He hasn't done anything for him. He's only survived because of his own strength. Ichiban says if he feels that guilty about it, then he should just let him stick around with him. And then Arakawa says something pretty interesting.
ソープの桃源郷で生まれたんだっけな。
ええ、そうらしいです。
でもすげえ話だよな。俺にはその話がトラウマになっちまってる。
え？
夢を見る時があるんだ。
夢ですか。
ああ。40年前の大晦日。茜があいつが赤ん坊を産んでる場所は桃源郷なんだ。まさかがソープでそんなわけねえのによ。
Later that night, Ichiban gets a voice message of his worst nightmare.
はい、春日一番です。今出れないんでメッセージをどうぞ。
清流会の星野だ。春日、これを聞いたらすぐに電話をくれ。今朝方、荒川の死体が港に上がった。
Ichiban wakes up to the tragic news of Arakawa dying. Adachi is speaking to Takabe of the Seiryu clan. Takabe is certain that it's an Omi loyalist. Apparently there were attempts on Watase and Daigo in Sotenbori as well, but they were alright because they had the Tojo legend on their side. Takabe says Adachi and his friends should be careful since they were on the front lines when the big fight happened. They glance over at Ichiban and the poor guy's sunk into depression he's never known. Meanwhile, Sawashiro is bowing to the same men that Arakawa made a deal with in the beginning. They're all pissed at Arakawa for what he did because they were promised to be let into the Omi with promotions. Ishioda steps in and says he's not going to allow the Omi to die down. He'll just rename them. He apologizes to the men at the table and has his men give them suitcases filled with money for each person. They suddenly change their tone and now say they want to keep things friendly with the Arakawa family and consider everything settled. Sawashiro begins to laugh. He says everyone in the room doesn't deserve to be called the Yakuza if they consider the score settled like this. He has no issues uniting what's left of the Omi by himself. One of the men at the table isn't happy because of Sawashiro talking back. Sawashiro takes him by the head and drives him up a wall. He hates how everyone in the room is a spineless coward and doesn't do jack in times of war. He brutally gouges the guy's eye with his thumb to make an example of him. And suddenly, everyone in the room keeps to themselves without saying a word. Sawashiro says he intends to begin anew with creating an organization and coerces one of the men sitting into giving him his support. As he walks away, Ishioda stands in his way. Sawashiro is visibly angry at Arakawa's death and says he's going to slaughter whoever killed him. Ishioda is confused because he says people are saying he's the one who killed him under Aoki's orders, and says he's not gonna allow him to be the new head of the new organization. Sawashiro accepts the challenge and walks away. Back in Survive Bar, Ichiban's phone is ringing and he doesn't respond until Zhao calls out to him to tell him to pick up the phone. The caller is Chairman Hoshino. He asks Ichiban about how he's doing and whether he's eating well. He tells Ichiban to meet him in Heian Tower. They'll have what Arakawa had for his last meal. Ichiban isn't really feeling it, but Hoshino insists. In Heian Tower, Hoshino tells Ichiban that Arakawa seemed at peace when he dined with him last night. Apparently, it was his first time having Peking duck. He was about to have it with his father decades ago until he saw him shot at the table, and then he never got around to trying it later. When Hoshino and Arakawa finished their meal last night, Hoshino offered to walk with him, but Arakawa said he wanted to be alone. He laments not insisting because he could have been alive had he done that. Ichiban says not to blame himself and then asks if he thinks it was Omi loyalists. Hoshino says that there's no doubt about that, since they're most likely out for revenge. And he also tells him that they want to form a new faction under orders of Ryo Aoki. So basically, Aoki ordered the death of his own father. A waiter stops by Ichiban and opens a plate that has a gun in it. Hoshino tells him that he should get revenge for Arakawa. Ichiban says he doesn't want to use a gun. He doesn't just want to shoot Arakawa's son. Instead, he wants to give him a beating and open his eyes to everything. Hoshino stays silent, but then smiles, telling Ichiban that Arakawa was truly blessed to have him on his side, and apologizes if his idea of revenge offended him in any way. Hoshino asks Ichiban how he plans to get near Aoki, and even offers some of his men to help. Ichiban says there's no need, he has a plan. He steps outside where his friends had been waiting for him all this time. He tells them his plan is to try to get to Aoki and knock some sense into him, and they'll use Kume to do that. Jungi says today is the deadline for candidates to submit their papers, and it's likely he'll give his first speech in his district near Isizaki Road. They all head there, and there he is, giving a speech. They're stopped by the same guard that stopped them when they were trying to reach Aoki before, and then more guards show up to keep Ichiban away from him. After the fight, the guard says Kume has the government support, so his victory is guaranteed. They then notice a bunch of men watching them. Apparently there's Omi men in the city and they're keeping watch over Ichiban and his gang. Aoki shows up on a TV screen nearby, appearing on a show where he's debating politics. He's basically using Arakawa's death to make a point in the election. Ichiban and friends are disgusted upon hearing about it. Chairman Hoshino approaches them, saying scaring Kume won't be enough to get to Aoki, and says he forgot to give him something. They move somewhere else and he gives him back the 3 million yen he'd given him before to find a candidate to run in their place. The idea of Ichiban running to be representative comes up, and then the concern of him being an ex-Yakuza also comes up, but Hoshino assures him that there's no laws against that. Ichiban decides to do it because they don't have much time. After much paperwork, Ichiban successfully applies. The gang tells him that he'll have to put in effort to be in opposition to Kume. The next morning, they find a bunch of papers plastered around Survive Bar, slandering Ichiban. Takabe drives by in a van and sees that Kume is already making his move. Takabe leaves this van with them, saying it's a gift from the chairman to help them with the election. They also have a megaphone and a loudspeaker inside. Takabe says Kume is supposed to give a speech in Hamakita Park, so that's where he needs to go if he wants to make a move. Ichiban thanks Takabe and they decide to head there. Before they drive by him, Jungi says Kume should be obligated to shake hands with Ichiban as a fellow candidate, but since he's trying to paint Ichiban as a villain, he might not do that. Ichiban decides to drive by to give his speech and clear his name. They debate over his past as someone who was charged with murder. Kume keeps talking against it as if Ichiban shouldn't run for representative, but Ichiban says it's legal for him to run, and corners him by saying Kume is disrespecting the law by speaking against that fact, and says that enforcing that disdain on people is a gray zone. And then he talks about how people living in gray zones were the ones that helped him get to where he is now, ever since he landed in this city. This wins over the crowd, making Kume look like a sore loser. Ichiban asks to shake hands with Kume, but he decides to retreat, which only further makes him look bad in the public eye. Ichiban made it on TV and Aoki is watching him in frustration. He says Kume, Sawashiro, and all the staff are useless. Sawashiro says he's trying to reunite the remnants of the Omi, but this angers Aoki even more since he didn't ask for his permission. Aoki says the new Omi will need a competent leader. Sawashiro says he is, but Aoki says to prove that, he has to kill a certain target within 24 hours, and there will be consequences if he fails. Back to Ichiban and friends, Saiko says Kume will be giving a speech near Jinnai Station today, so they decide to head there, but without the van this time, to be more sneaky and hopefully reach him that way. When they get there, Ichiban says he'll try to walk up to him in front of the media to shake his hand. This way he won't be able to wiggle his way out. And then he'll pull him into the van to talk. Kume's guards show up again and Ichiban has to fight them again. After the fight, as Ichiban makes his way to Kume, Jungi gets a phone call. Ichiban shakes hands with Kume and was about to take him into the van when Jungi runs up to him to tell him that the Kumijo got an anonymous tip that the Seiryu clan will be attacked, and Hoshino is the target. With a pressing call like that, they decide to leave the Kume plan for now and head to the Seiryu clan. When they arrive there, they find a lot of Seiryu men collapsed on the floor and Takabe shot in the leg. He says that Ichiban should hurry to Hoshino's office. Right outside of the office, they come across Omi members. After taking them down, Ichiban barges into the office to see another depressing sight. Chairman Hoshino is dead, shot by Sawashiro. They ask him why he killed him. Apparently, he's here on Aoki's orders to take down the Ijin 3. Ichiban is understandably pissed because Aoki is on top of the world already, and he still goes around doing petty shit. Sawashiro says Ichiban becoming a candidate was something Aoki didn't like, and he took a precaution by killing Hoshino. Ichiban asks if that's the case, why didn't they just kill him instead? And he says he would have loved to, but his campaign garnered a lot of attention. Killing him would look suspicious no matter how they try to explain it. They couldn't get to Ichiban, so they decided to attack the Ijin 3 starting with Hoshino. Ichiban is furious. Masato keeps sinking lower and lower. He shouldn't even need to bother with someone as insignificant as him, he says. Ichiban throws a punch at Sawashiro and asks him if it was him who killed Arakawa as well. Sawashiro neither confirms nor denies it. Demanding answers, Ichiban fights Sawashiro. After the fight, Ichiban picks up Sawashiro from the ground and says there's nothing that could justify killing Arakawa. Sawashiro says that he was ordered to kill Arakawa, but even with how low he's fallen, that was the one order he couldn't follow. He talks about his history with Arakawa and how he came to join the family. Sawashiro, as a 15-year-old, had nowhere to go. He met a girl who he stayed together with for some time, and at that age, he ended up making her pregnant, and they just ignored the baby, until the day of the delivery came. Sawashiro told her they should just get rid of it because they can barely fend for themselves. They go to one of the coin lockers and put the baby there. Shortly after, his girlfriend decided that she can't leave the baby, so she runs off to the lockers. When they get there, they come across a man furiously punching one of the lockers. Arakawa. He was punching the same locker that they put the baby in, and then he took it out. Sawashiro thought at least the baby has someone to care for it now. So Arakawa took Sawashiro's child, Masato Arakawa. 5 years later, Sawashiro comes across Arakawa taking a stroll with his son. He heard Masato yelling in frustration because of his condition, and ever since, out of some sense of obligation, he swore an oath to join the Arakawa family, though he thinks he would have joined the Yakuza all the same. This way, he'd be near his son. Sawashiro tells Ichiban to connect the dots given the information he just told him. Where does that put Arakawa's child? Arakawa's lover, Akane, was a working woman, working at Shangri-La. At the time, she was on the run from the Hikawa family, as Arakawa mentioned in the beginning. She fled the maternity ward and had to stop by Shangri-La, and that's where she gave birth. They continue the flashback from earlier. At the same time Arakawa took the baby from the locker, they saw a couple of men desperately opening each and every locker. They found another baby in another locker. Akane must have told someone about hiding the baby in the locker. One of the two men was Jiro Kasuga, the owner of Shangri-La. In other words, Ichiban is the biological son of Masumi Arakawa and Akane. Ichiban understandably has a hard time believing it, and Sawashiro tells him that he should do a DNA test to make sure. And as he walks away, he's stopped by Ichiban's friends. Adachi says that they'll have him go to jail to atone for his crimes the legit way. Ah yes, the double coin locker baby shenanigans. I've seen people compare it to being as bad as rubber bullets, and fair enough, I'm not here to dismiss any opinions, just trying to present what I know. Ichiban and Masato both being thrown into lockers that are right next to each other's on the same day is on the ridiculous side. And it's also weird because Masato stayed in a locker less than Ichiban did and ended up being the crippled one. At least that's assuming Akane put the baby in before Sawashiro and his girlfriend put theirs. Though I guess if she put it while they were still chilling in the park, that might make sense. Ichiban would have spent less time in a locker. Anyway, outside, the gang watches Sawashiro being taken away by the police. Jungi is speaking to the Kumijul on the phone and seems troubled. Ichiban turns to him and asks what's up. Apparently, the anonymous tip from earlier about the Seiryu being in danger came from none other than Sawashiro. They figure Sawashiro was sick of being Aoki's lapdog and didn't really want to kill Hoshino, hoping Ichiban would stop him, but he was unfortunately late. He and his friends blame themselves as they watch the cops drive him away. A while later in Survive Bar, Ichiban is thinking about what Sawashiro told him. He thinks back to the dream Arakawa told him about in his last meeting, and wonders if Arakawa knew that he was his father. Ichiban grows restless and wants to go back to looking for Kume to reach Aoki already. Ichiban leaves the bar to find a bunch of Omi Alliance men surrounding the shop. Zhao, Adachi, Jungi, and Saiko have their stances ready in case they do anything. Ichiban wants to pay a visit to Bleach Japan's office, so they take on these guys to pass through. When they make it to the office, it's all empty, but then they see a group of men approaching the office. Ichiban asks them where Kume is, but they start another fight. After the fight, Ichiban interrogates the guy in the front. He gets a little brutal, punching him until he spits out Kume's location. Apparently, he went back to Kamurocho to ask Aoki for help. He then demands the guy take him to Aoki. He says he can't do that even if he wanted to. Unfortunately for this guy though, Ichiban is too angry to reason, so he keeps punching the guy even though he doesn't know. Eventually, a certain someone steps in to stop him. The one and only Kazuma Kiryu. Kiryu knows that Aoki's next move will be in Ijincho, but having witnessed what just happened, he doesn't feel like saying anything anymore. He says Ichiban is too blinded with rage right now to listen to anything he has to say to him, and tells him to meet at Kumijol HQ later. Jungi steps in to say that the surveillance system is being worked on at the moment. Kiryu takes a moment to look at Jungi, and says that he met a man who looked just like him some time ago, but he saw him die right in front of him, and that he heard rumors of a body double, so that must be him. Jungi mysteriously says that the name Jungi-han is more of an immortal entity rather than a person. Ichiban wonders how they know each other. Jungi says that they just share an acquaintance. We're taken to a scene with Ryo Aoki talking to the police commissioner, Horinouchi, about recent events. The gist of it is that Horinouchi isn't happy that Aoki doesn't consult with him on his moves. Ishioda tells Aoki about Kume needing support, which Aoki says he'll lend it. Aoki asks Ishioda about a task he's given him, and he reports to him. He says he might entrust him with the leadership of the new Omi Alliance, which pleases Ishioda. Back to Ichiban, it's about time he heads to the Kumijol to meet Kiryu. Before Kiryu tells them anything, he says that he wants to see if Ichiban and his friends are worth giving the information they need. Ichiban says he really needs that information and that time is not on his side, and neither are his emotions. If they fight now, he could kill Kiryu. Kiryu is amused and says to give it his best shot.
ふざけやがって。吐いた唾飲むんじゃねえぞ。お前の欲しがっている宝はこの奥にある。宝の番人は俺だ。手にしたきゃその番人を倒して前に進め。やってやるよ。死ぬ気で来い。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
After what is probably the toughest fight for not only Ichiban but all of his friends, they're all barely standing while Kiryu's barely phased. The fight was so intense, Ichiban got knocked out and has a pretty wild dream. Ichiban wakes up in Saiko's lap and then Kiryu walks over to help him up. He says this was his way of calming Ichiban down from the state he was in. He also gives him an advice of doing what his enemies are most afraid of. After helping him up, they walk further into the Kumijul HQ. Song-hui is there, and she tells the gang about an assassin arriving in town, who was apparently hired to infiltrate prison to kill Sawashiro. This assassin is pretty renowned apparently, named Mirrorface, able to imitate anyone and is excellent at leaving no proof. Ichiban says Kiryu should join up with them, he'd be a huge help. Kiryu says he can't, it goes against his contract. Because of certain events that happened to him, aka the events of Yakuza 6, he's not supposed to exist anymore, so there's a limit to how much he can help. Kiryu reassures Ichiban that he is certain he'll be strong as him one day, and then he takes his leave. Shortly after he leaves, they get some interesting footage on camera. Ishioda is about to head into the same building as Mirrorface. Ichiban and gang decide to head there to stop them from getting to Sawashiro. When they get there, they're stopped by a group of Omi men, and they have to fight through a bunch of them to get to Ishioda. When they make it to him, Ichiban asks him if he was the one who killed Arakawa. Ishioda stalls for time until Mirrorface barges in disguised as Adachi, looking exactly the same, and charges at Adachi, and now they can't tell them apart. Ichiban cleverly comes up with a test about traffic rules, and manages to figure out the real one. The real one didn't know the answers. They get ready to fight Mirrorface along with Ishioda to beat answers out of them. After beating the both of them, Ishioda spills the beans. Ishioda did indeed try to assassinate Arakawa, but someone interrupted him. Tendo. Tendo walks up to Arakawa and strikes a conversation with him. And as Ishioda gives the order to shoot, Tendo stands in front of Arakawa and points at the sniper. Tendo had a bunch of men ambush Ishioda and the sniper. They corner Ishioda in a secluded spot to interrogate him. Soon after, Tendo talks about how an opportunity just presented itself. He pulls out a gun, aims at Arakawa, and pulls the trigger. As they ask Ishioda about where to find Tendo, a bomb is seen under the table. An order is given to a man standing outside of the building to blow up the building. The next thing we see is Kume driving around Ejincho. There's one day left until the election. They shift the scene to Kamurocho after this. An aide to Ryo Aoki is giving a speech in preparation for Aoki himself to step up. The secretary is discussing Aoki's schedule with him. A homeless-looking person approaches the crowd with a megaphone. Aoki gets up on top of the van to give his speech. Shortly after he gets up, the homeless-looking person asks for the crowd's attention on the megaphone, and reveals himself to be Ichiban. After the explosion, the news said that Ichiban died in there, but he's alive and well as the crowd can see. He announces his intention intent to shake hands with Governor Aoki as someone who's part of the election, Namba and Adachi enter the scene to help lift Ichiban up onto the van. Ichiban tells the crowd that he came all the way from Ijincho just to meet Aoki, and tells them that he'd like to speak with him for a bit. Aoki's aide is upset, but Aoki goes for the handshake. Ichiban pulls him closer and tells him that he knows that he ordered Sawashiro to kill Arakawa and that there's a recording of it in the Arakawa family office. Aoki thinks the recording is a bluff, and Ichiban says it's up to him whether or not he believes it. Before he leaves, he says that he's not going to let him get away with everything he's done. Ichiban meets up with friends who are waiting nearby. On his way to them, Nick calls him and tells him that he has the public's attention, but not in a good way. And Ichiban says he realizes that. Nick tells him to meet up in a bar in Champion's district. Nick asks them about what they wanted to accomplish by shaking Aoki's hand. They tell him everything that happened recently. The recording he told Aoki about, though, is a bluff. And Ichiban knows that he can't risk ignoring it because even the slightest chance of him being screwed over will bother him. This way, he gets to lure Tendo right where he wants him as well. Nick advises them to carry out their plan as soon as they can, since it's likely a man like Aoki will take action as soon as possible. Aoki indeed orders Tendo to go investigate the Arakawa family office. Before the gang goes for the final stretch, Adachi tells them he'd like to drop by a certain place they could use as a hideout. And what do you know? It's New Serena. Date welcomes Adachi and then he introduces him to his friends. Date is an old friend of Adachi's. He takes a look at Ichiban and says he's got eyes just like he did back in the day. Pretty sure he's referring to Kiryu. He offers them this place to lay low and rest up. The next day, once they're all rested up, his friends say they're all ready whenever he is. It happens to be the day of the elections, so we see Aoki present there. As Ichiban and his gang walk up to the Millennium Tower, Nick phones Ichiban and says he can see them through a camera. He confirms that Tendo did go to the Millennium Tower and wishes Ichiban all the best before he heads on in. The gang goes through a long series of fights, fighting their way to the top of the Millennium Tower, which is where the Arakawa family office is located in. Once they make it to the office, Tendo is right there, sitting on the office desk. Ichiban teasingly asks if he'd found the recording yet. Tendo says even if that existed, it wouldn't prove anything. Ichiban says, and yet, Aoki couldn't resist looking for it. Tendo realizes that it really was a bluff and that it was him that they wanted to get at. Ichiban is upset at believing that Tendo was actually on their side back in Sotenbori. Tendo gloats about the moment he killed Arakawa, saying his beaming smile was the last thing he saw. He wanted to prove to Arakawa that there is no such thing as loyalty.
ふざけんなクソ野郎
クソかせやったらソープ生まれのどん底育ちのあれは何や春日一番まあそれがここまで来られただけでも根性しとる褒めといたるわせやけどこれでしまいにせい最後にてっぺんとんのはこのわしやで踊れの成り上がり話はここまでやこいつを 本気出したるわ。
おっしゃ、行くぞ。とどめだ。まだ終わるんじゃねえぞ天道。最後にきっちりおやっさんの分を受け取ってからくたばれや。かすが。
The scene shifts to Aoki at the election results. Nick is present in the audience, and using a smartphone, he somehow hacks the monitor behind the stage and edits the text to read that Ryo Aoki is wanted for murder. Nick directs a question at Aoki in this moment of chaos, saying apparently Masato Arakawa is his real name, and asks about whether or not the recently deceased Masumi Arakawa, a gang leader, is related to him. This throws the audience into more of a buzz, causing Ryo Aoki to leave the stage. And then guards grab hold of Nick to take him out. In a car heading to Kamurocho, Aoki is on the phone speaking to Horinouchi, demanding an explanation to what just happened. Horinouchi tells him to calm down and avoid doing anything rash at the moment. Aoki gets angry and tells him that this isn't something they can ignore. If Ichiban finds the recording, he's done for. Aoki tells the driver to assign the best guards as he heads into the Millennium Tower to see what happened. When he walks in on the Arakawa family office, we witness an interesting scene. Ichiban and his friends are knocked out on the floor, and there is Tendo sitting on the desk again. Aoki asks him about the recording, and Tendo says it was a bluff. This relieves Aoki, but he says that it's not over yet. He wants any accomplices of Ichiban found and disposed of. He doesn't want a repeat of what just happened. Aoki closes in on Ichiban and reiterates that he doesn't want to see them come back ever again. And as he says this, Ichiban opens his eyes and gets up. And so do his friends. Aoki is freaked out and confused, and Tendo starts to laugh. He says Aoki made the mistake of treating him as some kind of disposable grunt, and proceeds to pull out the real Tendo. This is Mirrorface, who's working with the gang because of how Aoki treated him. Alright, brief pause here to talk a little bit about Mirrorface. Mirrorface is arguably more of a debate than the coin locker baby thing is. It's one thing being able to imitate someone's appearance and face, as silicone masks are a thing, but Mirrorface can also imitate voices. Now, I have no freaking clue if there's some tool out there that allows you to just manipulate your voice to whoever you want on the spot, but I doubt it. Mirrorface also just kinda vanishes after this cutscene, never to be seen again. But I mean, I'm not sure what more could he present. Anyway, Saiko and Jungi come out from a corner, having recorded everything that just happened. They now have a recording of Aoki ordering the killing of Ichiban and his friends. Aoki is agitated, but Ichiban stops him to confront him about everything that happened. When it comes down to it, Aoki only became what he is to get back at a past lover and a police commissioner, but as a result, he drove away people important to him and even killed some. Aoki says nothing he says matters. He'll rise to power and no one will stop him. But Ichiban begs to differ. When most guards are taken care of, Ichiban's friends are completely worn out. Ichiban is concerned for them, but they tell them to go on ahead and face Aoki while he's alone. They have a bit of a wholesome exchange where they say that they can hold the fort in the meantime if there's any more guards. And Ichiban thanks them and says that they're the best friends anyone could have. Ichiban goes up the stairs and...
俺と差しなら丸腰でも勝てるって調子に乗るな。
ちそう来なくちゃ。そのムカつくにやけ面ぶっ潰して二度と笑えねえようにしてやるよ。
With Masato finally weakened and in no position to struggle, Ichiban gives him a much-needed lecture. Masato says he was only using people who were disposable to get to where he is, which angers Ichiban, bringing up Sawashiro as an example. All Sawashiro did his whole life was serve Masato, only for him to try to assassinate him in jail because he failed one job. Masato's always had everything Ichiban never had, so the way he turned out despite that agitates him. The police barge in, and Adachi warns Ichiban saying they're likely on the commissioner's payroll. Ichiban tries to persuade Masato to turn himself in, atone for his crimes, and start over, and he says that he'll give him all his support, just like Arakawa would have wanted. Ichiban stands up to tell the police about the events that transpired, and they show him the recording of Masato giving the order to kill Ichiban and his friends. As they're watching the video, Masato picks up a glass shard. The police approach Masato and ask him to come quietly. As one cop approaches him, Masato takes him hostage and pulls out his gun, and threatens to kill the cop. Masato responds to Ichiban's plea by expressing his extreme disdain of the Yakuza as an organization. He says that they always pretend that they're an actual family and get brainwashed into brotherhood, so he couldn't care less what Arakawa wanted. Ichiban tries to persuade Masato as calmly as he can to stop what he's doing. Taking a police officer hostage will get him killed, and he doesn't want to see any more family die. Masato sees Ichiban as anything but family. Ichiban tells him he was the first friend he's ever had. He couldn't prevent Arakawa's death, but he can still try to help Masato out of this situation. Before Masato leaves through the elevator, he says that Ichiban is so much like Arakawa. It disgusts him, and it's why he never liked him. As Masato walks away from the Millennium Tower, the footage recorded earlier is broadcasted on a big screen nearby, and everyone watches Ryo Aoki for what he really is. Masato's aimless stroll takes him back to where it all began, the coin lockers he was born in. Ichiban walks by shortly after, saying he knew he'd stop by here. He knows him too well. Masato pulls out the gun and aims it at Ichiban. He says there is no need for it, that he's here all alone, and tries to take it away from him. And that makes him fire a shot to keep him away, which scares the nearby bystanders. He lowers the gun shortly after and steps over to the locker he was born in. He tells Ichiban the story of what happened to Yumino, the hostess he was in love with. She ended up marrying Horinouchi, and he found out about it before he got elected, at a party celebrating the promotion of the commissioner. He didn't tell her who he was, but he spoke to her and she told him that he was a bright and sophisticated person. Masato gets into a state of hysterical laughter at the thought of it. The same person who called him creepy and threatening completely changed her tone with the new Masato. Ichiban slowly walks towards him, and this makes him lift up the gun to his head this time. Masato says no one has ever appreciated his true self. But Ichiban says he, Arakawa, and Sawashiro all cared about him. When he got out of prison, one look at a picture of Ryo Aoki had him immediately recognize who he is. Masato thinks another family talk is incoming, which irritates Ichiban. He tells him no matter how low he sank, he, Arakawa, and Sawashiro all did all they could to help him. And it's because they loved him. They never once abandoned him. And whether or not he likes it, he sees him as his brother and begs him to lower the gun already. Tears roll down Masato's face as he lowers the gun and then decides to put it in a locker. Masato gets a call from his secretary asking about his location. He tells her that he's going to turn himself in and that she's free to do what she wants. It's finally over.
ひどいじゃないですか、青木さん。私は信じてたのに。青木さんの正義は漂白された真っ白なものだと信じてたのに。でもまだ間に合う。本当の正義は勝つんです。
And the credits roll. I know what you're thinking. Fuck this game. Yeah, that's probably what 90% of people watching that thought to themselves. That was such a frustratingly effective way to keep people on the edge of their seats. Of all the goddamn villains, what everyone thought was a spineless coward of a background character that no one likes in the first place got to be the one causing the biggest impact in the ending. It's even more frustrating because the game ends here, so you know you're not gonna beat the shit out of him yourself. But hold that thought, let's move over to the post-credits scenes, because there's a bunch. Adachi meets up with Horinouchi on one of the rooftops of Kamurocho. He apparently placed an anonymous call asking to meet with him. He managed to get him to come personally because he told them that he had something to discuss about the crimes of the Tokyo Omi Alliance. Horinouchi knows that the recording Ichiban initially talked about was a bluff. And then a bunch of police officers show up behind Adachi. Adachi takes out a USB drive that has a list of people that the Arakawa family bribed. The commissioner starts looking worried. Adachi says the Omi invasion was ignored because the police had to have been paid off. Horinouchi orders the police to arrest Adachi, but they do nothing. They arrest him instead. Adachi says he'd already sent a copy to the media and that he's finished. Adachi's been waiting for a long time to see the commissioner being brought down for his corruption, and the day is finally here. Back in Ijincho, Ichiban is holding his own little funeral at his residence and Namba is there beside him. Masato died not knowing Sawashiro was his father, and Arakawa died possibly not knowing that Masato wasn't his son. Namba suggests that Ichiban gets a DNA test to confirm if Arakawa really is his father, but he says there's no need. He considers both Arakawa and Jiro his parents. Saiko walks in and tells them that they need to go attend the official funeral. At the funeral, a few familiar faces are there. Daigo, Mitsu, Watase, Saejima, and Majima. Ichiban takes a seat beside Daigo and they talk for a bit. Daigo is starting a security company together with Watase in Sotenbori to give a place for all the former Yakuza to go. Arakawa was supposed to help them with it. Majima wonders if Ichiban is coming with them to help out, but he says he's staying in Ijincho because he feels like he still hasn't paid back all the people that he owes. Ichiban takes one more moment of a silent prayer before leaving. On the way out, his friends and a couple of locals circle around him. They ask him whether or not he decided to leave, but he doesn't feel like saying everything again, so he asks Saiko to say it in his stead. As his friends are enjoying talking about Ichiban's response, he leans over a bridge nearby and thinks back to when Masato died. We couldn't hear it back then, but this is what he told him. Alright, now the game is actually over, for realsies. Let's continue where we left off earlier by speaking about Kume. It's an understatement to say that people want to take revenge in Yakuza 8. The guy is genuinely a meme because of what he did and how he did it. The most frustrating part is that he got away with it as far as Yakuza 7 is concerned. We don't see him again after the stabbing, so you know, RGG Studios, please let us beat the shit out of this goblin in the next game, just saying, but who's listening? To sum up the points of controversy around Yakuza 7, 1. The protagonist change. Prior to the release of the game, there was a lot of uncertainty about how the series will fare now that Kiryu is set aside. Though after the game came out, there was a wide positive reception for Ichiban. 2. The genre shift. For a franchise that's known for its beat-em-up gameplay, this rubbed many people the wrong way, and understandably so, especially considering that it's a mainline game. Having said that though, the gameplay got overwhelming positive reception as well. Many of those who didn't think they'd like the game, loved the game. That's not to say everyone loved it, of course, so this remains a point. Number 3. A few of the plot points. Mainly, Kiryu's return, the coin locker babies, and Mirror Face. Mirror Face seemed like a convenient plot tool and some didn't find him to be believable. Honestly, I'd argue he wasn't even needed to come back for the end. The gang could have confronted Masato just fine. The coin locker babies is also more on the ridiculous side and it's one of the more divisive plot points. Lastly, Kiryu's appearance is probably one of the most exciting and yet one of the most controversial things about the story. Honestly, I think if he appeared only when he was to give Ichiban the information, maybe with another outfit like that unused blue jacket outfit, that would make more sense. But showing up in a room full of high-level Yakuza just doesn't sound like a good idea if he wants to keep him being alive a secret. All in all, the root of 7's controversy stems from change more than anything else. I did kinda imply it before, but I wanna say again that with this video, I tried to state points of controversy coming from the perspective of the fanbase and not my own. Most games will eventually have you run into something you're not a fan of, but obviously that doesn't mean it completely stops you from enjoying everything else there is to enjoy and admire about the game. Every single Yakuza game has plot points that are a bit too much, so that part isn't really anything new. It was the possibility of parting ways with Kiryu as a playable character for good, and of course, the departure from the beat-em-up gameplay as well. But we all know those 2 points aren't true anymore given the recent announcements. Kiryu will be a second protagonist in Yakuza 8, and not only that, he will also have his own spin-off game that was confirmed to bring back beat-em-up gameplay. I don't have any official statements about it, but if this doesn't say that there was enough opposition for Ichiban, or at least enough demand for Kiryu to return, I don't know what does. It feels like they're trying to appeal to fans of both types of gameplay, and I can appreciate that so long as it's not so huge of a workload that results in neglect in some aspects of the upcoming games. And there you have it, folks. We've reached the end of the video. This is definitely one of my biggest videos on YouTube, and I'm just so glad to have finally made it to the finish line. Every Yakuza game has its flaws, but I still love Yakuza 6 and 7 more so. It just feels like a more complete package. I appreciate a lot of what 6 did, or tried to do, like the final boss that we got, even though it could have been miles better. Treading into a new engine was admirable as well. You know what they say, Yakuza 6 walked, so Yakuza 7 and Law's Judgment could run. And speaking of Yakuza 7, one thing that is undeniable about it is that it is such a unique game. There are so many different RPGs out there, but I can't think of a single one that recreates modern times, realistic graphics, and deals with modern issues. And by combining these factors together, Yakuza 7 really does bring an RPG experience unlike any other. About every RPG game has like anime or cartoony art style, and I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying Yakuza 7 did something fairly unprecedented. I'd like to give every one of you a big thank you for watching this video and making it this far, and I would also love to give a special thanks to my Hannya members as usual for their constant support. I really appreciate that you guys just continue to choose to support me. I'm grateful. Thank you. I sincerely hope you guys enjoyed going through Yakuza 6 and 7 with me and just hear me ramble here and there about different things. Before I leave you, I'd like to bring attention to a little something that I'm doing. All throughout January, I'm gonna be doing a Yakuza story marathon that might run until early February, all to get ready for the release of Like a Dragon Ishin in mid-February. If you enjoy Yakuza content, consider subscribing, liking, and maybe commenting. It would really help me out. I also stream often, though, well, I guess I haven't been streaming that often lately because, well, this video was in the works. But that is about to change. Tune in to the Yakuza story marathon. We're gonna have a lot of fun just going through the games and checking out the story once again all together. Basically, I'm planning to go through them and doing this live review kind of thing where I'll watch all the cutscenes, or as many as I can without, you know, copyright notices coming up my ass. And yeah, I'll try to commentate on my own personal thoughts on each and every single Yakuza story game, whatever. So if January is a lonely month for you, then you're more than welcome to hang out with us. Thank you all for watching once again, and I will see you when I see you. Bye-bye.